1.
Welcome back to the October hearing of the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining. We have a full quorum here today. One of the business matters we need to take care of before we get into the docketed items is my time is done as chairman at the end of today. So the board needs to elect a new chairman. Do I hear, and a new vice chair. Do I hear a nomination for chairman and vice chair?
I nominate Richard Borden as chairman of the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
And vice chair?
Also nominate Levon Garrison.
Richard Borden and Levon Garrison as chair and vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations. And condolences is right. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is John Baza, Division Director. If you would give me a moment of personal privilege.
Certainly.
I just want to thank you for your dedicated service in your role as chair for the board. You've had several years in this position, and I think we've all enjoyed your leadership and appreciate the organization and skill you've brought to your position. I too want to congratulate the new chair and vice chair, and I'm sure that they'll try to carry on in your tradition, but I just want you to know that I personally have appreciated all that you've done for the board and for the industry and citizens of Utah. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for those kind words. It has been fun, and we went through COVID together. That was an interesting experience. Let's hope we don't go back through that. And I'm glad that you two are willing to take on the responsibilities. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed serving on the board. I'll be here for a few more months, but it'll be nice to be off of this mic. So with that matter solved, we will go ahead and start the hearing with the first docketed item. Excuse me while I put on my glasses so I can see this. The first matter, docket number 2022-015, cause number 132-04, in the matter of request for agency action of OVINTIV USA Inc. This particular matter has been continued to the January 25th, 2023 hearing. The next docketed item on our agenda is docket number 2022-021, cause number 131-157, the matter of the request for agency action of Berry Petroleum Company, LLC, for an order declaring that the board's findings of fact, conclusion of law, and order granting approval of unit operations and enhanced recovery and certification as an enhanced recovery project in cause number 214-2 does not prohibit the drilling, completion, recompletion, and deepening of wells below the Lower Green River Formation in the Antelope Creek unit, embracing portions of Township 4 and 5 South, Ranges 3 and 4 West, U.S.M, Duchesne County, Utah. At this time, we'll take appearances of council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sean Welch on behalf of Berry Petroleum Company, and with me is Michelle Quist, also counsel. We're both with Holland and Hart.
Thank you.
Trevor Ruel with the Utah Attorney General's Office on behalf of the division.
Thank you.
Fred McDonald of Counsel with Lear & Lear on behalf of the respondent, OVINTIV USA Inc.
Okay. Well, normally we would go ahead and turn this time over to you, Mr. Welch. I assume that you'll offer Mr. McDonald time to.
I will.
Okay.
Yeah. And thank you for hearing this. There's this old saying that no battle plan survives first enemy contact. So we had a big plan for today, and it turns out that we may have reached a resolution with the division just this morning to try and work things out in a way that works for both the division and for Berry Petroleum. But I think to get there, I may need to just take a little moment to give some of the background about Berry Petroleum, what they've been doing, what they would like to do here in the Antelope Creek field. With me is Ms. Connie Conks. She's a senior staff landman for Berry Petroleum Company. Also with us in the audience is Manik Singh. He is a senior reservoir engineer for Berry. Mr. Singh is not expected to testify. We just anticipated testimony from Ms. Conks to lay the foundation for what is really more or less a legal dispute on the interpretation of the board's order. With that, if I could have Ms. Conks sworn in.
Michelle, could you take care of that for us, please?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Ms. Conks, could you tell the board a little bit about your background in the oil and gas industry and then also your area of responsibility for Berry?
Sure. I've been working in the land departments for various companies since 1980. I started in South Louisiana properties, also Gulf of Mexico, both on the Outer Continental Shelf and deep water. I've handled Permian Basin in Texas. Recently, February of 2022, I joined Berry and now handle the assets in the Rockies, the Utah assets.
And are some of those fields Lake Canyon, Brundage? Can you identify a few of the fields where Berry operates in Utah?
Yes, Lake Canyon, Brundage, Sowers Canyon, and Low Creek. Those are the main ones that we operate.
Okay. And Ms. Conks, I want to just briefly have you thumb through these exhibits, and I'll start with Exhibit A.
Excuse me for just a moment. Her testimony is as an expert witness.
No, no, sir.
Okay.
I'm
sorry. That's my fault then.
Yeah, I should have clarified that. Because this is really a purely legal dispute, there's not really a place for an expert to come in and tell this board as the judge how to be the judge.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. But what we will do is, and one of the purposes here is to have Ms. Conks authenticate some of the exhibits, and then we'll move for their admission. I may do this a little different than normal, especially in light of the recent changes, as in 10 minutes ago. But this is just to get these exhibits into the record. I've already discussed this with Mr. Gruelle, and he's approved. But Ms. Conks, could you look at the document that's been marked as Exhibit A?
Yes,
And do you recognize this document?
I do. This was a map prepared internally for Berry that we wanted to have a visual interpretation of where our leasehold, the outlines of the tribal cooperative plan, along with the board order.
Okay, thank you. And could you look at Exhibit B?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize that document?
I do. This is my resume for my experience from my career.
Okay. And Exhibit C? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is the original board order.
Okay. And that's the subject of today's request for agency action?
That is correct.
Okay. And Exhibit D?
Exhibit D is a cooperative plan.
Okay. And that governs the operations in the Antelope Creek field and is the subject of the order?
That is correct.
Okay. And E?
Exhibit E is consent of the Ute Indian tribe of the board order, along with the consent of the UDC Distribution Corporation.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would move the admission of these exhibits A through E.
Any objections from the division?
No objections.
Board? Any objections to admitting these?
Mr. Chairman, would I have an opportunity to question the witness about Exhibit A?
Certainly. If that's acceptable, I think that I don't think anybody would object. Go ahead.
Just wanted to point out Section 32 of 4 South 3 West. It's shown in white, but it's still shown within the unit boundaries. Is Berry acknowledging that those lands are no longer part of the unit?
I would just ask for a little clarification. Barry does not claim to have the development rights in that section 32. I think we're dealing with what OVINTIV will be doing in a moment to vacate the unit as to that, or the board's order establishing the unit as to those lands. And Barry does not object to that and has filed accordingly. So we're getting to the same place, but I'm not sure if there's been a finding that those lands are no longer in the unit as of this moment in time.
All right, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No objection.
Okay, thank you. Again, could you restate which exhibits you would like to offer and have admitted?
Yes, Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and Exhibit E.
Okay, thank you. They're so admitted.
And also, Mr. Chairman, if we could take notice that the certificates of service that have been provided in this matter, Barry Petroleum did provide a mailing of this request for agency action to the interest owners that are directly affected by this order, and that would be the Ute Indian Tribe, the Ute Distribution Corporation, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Barry also served a copy of the request for agency action and the exhibits on Jane and Marshall Crouch, who own an override that covers the unit. Publication or notice by publication was also had through the Salt Lake Tribune, the Deseret News, and the Uinta Basin Standard. Ms. Conks, are you aware of any other communication by Barry with members of the tribe, the UDC, or the BIA?
Yes, prior to the filing, our senior service land representative in our Utah office just provided advance or courtesy notice to the various members of the tribe, BIA and UDC, that we were going to be filing a request for agency action to ask for interpretation of the original board order. Those communicated to were in the tribe. It was Bruce Parjeets, who's the Director of Energy and Minerals, David Murray, the landman of Energy and Minerals. On behalf of the BIA, it was Antonio Pingree, Acting Superintendent, along with Paula Black, the realty specialist. With regard to the UDC, it was Sandy Nelson that was provided advance notice.
Thank you. And we just wanted to establish the proper notice was given to the interested parties. The tribe and the UDC, of course, are the owners of the minerals at issue here. And so Barry did want to reach out to them and let them know what was being requested, why there was an agency action that involved their cooperative plan. We've received no response from anyone there. OVINTIV did file a response, and I think we've resolved that with Mr. McDonald. Barry did file in the next matter that will be heard to confirm that Barry does not oppose the request for agency action that will be heard next. And also to confirm on the record, Ms. Conks, does Barry claim any leased development rights in Section 32 on the lots in Township 4 South, 3 West?
We do not.
Okay. And does Barry object to the request by OVINTIV to vacate the unit as to those lands?
We do not.
Okay. Ms. Conks, what I have pulled up, and just to get the background before we really shift gears here, could you just explain what this Exhibit A was designed to depict?
It's to visually tell us where our leasehold is, which is shown in yellow, along with the outlines of the board order and also the cooperative plan, because the outlines were a little different and we needed to see where everything, what affected what. Okay. That's what we presented here.
And so this map that has been marked as Exhibit A shows lands in Township 5 South, 3 West. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does Barry have an interest in the oil and gas in Township 5 South, 4 West, immediately to the west?
Yes, we do.
And could you describe that?
We have leasehold that's showing here, but also with what is not shown is in Brundage Canyon, which is in 5-4. We have quite a bit of leasehold that we operate as well.
And so this Antelope Creek field is kind of a step out adjacent to existing Barry development.
That's correct.
And now this Exhibit A also shows part of the cooperative plan is covering lands in Township 5 South, Range 4 West that is not within the board's order. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What do you know about the development on those lands?
We do have several wells that were drilled and are producing that are located in those portions in 5-4 that are outside the board order. Some of them are also in some of the formations we'd like to deepen and produce in 5-3, which being the Uteland Butte as well as the Wasatch.
Okay. Just like you seek to do in Antelope Creek.
That is correct.
Okay. Now in the Antelope Creek field, for the leased land shown in yellow, what is Barry's working interest?
100%.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if we could somewhat pivot, we had at this point, we were going to turn into some legal arguments. We've had several discussions, some with Mr. Begley and Mr. Gruelle and several with Mr. Doucette, trying to work out the issue. And so the request that Barry filed for the board was very narrow. It was not asking the board to approve any well or to agree that Barry could site wells and drill wells without compliance with state law. So in this order that we are dealing with, the board vacated some of the general statewide rules as to the secondary recovery interval, just one interval. So the other formations remain subject to the state's general rules, which would require Barry to file the APD. If they want an exception location, they would have to request that and get approval. If they're commingling between formations, they have to get approval for that. Barry agrees it has to comply with state law for any development outside of the order, just the general rules that apply. We've worked out some arrangements. I think we've reached an agreement that has comforted the division that Barry's actions will protect resources and not cause problems for the division. In the end, what the division would agree to allow is if this board would authorize Barry to drill and deepen as they proposed. Right now, they just want to drill just below the Lower Green River. There is a member called the Uteland Butte that is in the Lower Green River. And then the very upper Wasatch, it's immediately downhole from the existing injector wells. They would just like to do standard production, not injection. They would not be expanding the secondary recovery unit. They would just be doing standard producing wells in compliance with state law. There's also a EPA issued UIC permit, underground injection control permit, that Barry has to comply with. And Barry was not asking the board's permission to violate anything else. Just all we really wanted was this declaration that the board's order doesn't prevent Barry from drilling deeper. It was kind of that narrow and simple. Just this morning, we may have reached an agreement. I'll try and paraphrase it, and I'll let Mr. Gruelle and Mr. Doucette explain it a little better. But Barry would agree if the board or the division withdraws its objection, Barry would agree not to drill and re-deepen or recomplete producers within a half mile of any active injection well. And in consultation with the division, there's a belief that that would protect resources and ameliorate any concern that the division had with maybe needing to change the order to authorize deeper development. I've probably spoken too much, but it's that thing where no battle plan survives first enemy contact. This time it wasn't enemy contact. We have had very productive discussions with the division. We tried to reach an agreement. It was just this disagreement over what the board's order would allow Barry to do without amendment. So,
thank you. I think I understand what the shift is, but I'll turn the time over to you, Trevor, and have you further explain.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hansen, and just want to thank Barry for coming to the table and wanting to work with the division to find a creative solution here. Just to give a little bit of context, and I'm not qualified as an expert, and as Mr. Welch has explained, we both thought that this was going to be a legal argument until we got here and we were able to find a resolution. So I'd like to have Mr. Doucette, unless there's an objection, be able to speak as an expert. I realize I haven't filed his resume, but he has spoken as an expert previously. Are there any objections to it?
No objection.
No objection.
Board members, any objection? Didn't think so. Go ahead.
So, and he can clarify this, but some of the reservations that the division had with what was being asked by Barry had to do with essentially connecting the two formations and whether or not that was appropriate under the board order as it exists today, and whether it would interfere with the UIC permitting. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
And so we've been trying to work with Barry to reach a solution. We feel like we've come up with something that can help both parties, and so that Barry can move forward with their project. And as Mr. Welch mentioned, it would entail only recompleting or connecting the two formations in wells at least a half mile away from actively injecting wells. And that would follow the division's rules regarding UIC. And it actually is a little bit more preventative than the normal UIC permit requirements that Barry is under, since that their permit is with the EPA rather than the division.
Can I ask a question at this point, just for clarification? To deepen these wells, you're assuming that they wouldn't be producing as secondary recovery wells. They would be primary recovery wells. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And Dustin or Mr. Doucette, could you speak to the Uteland Butte and Upper Wasatch? Are they candidates for secondary recovery?
Well, I don't know if I've got the entire expertise there, but in general, they're not primary targets for UIC injection intervals, especially the Uteland Butte, which is very tight, and also the discontinuous nature of the Upper Wasatch as well, I think, limit that. So with Barry's understanding that they have no intent on water flooding those zones, then that kind of is where this agreement kind of came into place. The big concern with the division was, like Trevor had mentioned, conformance with the board's order first, and second, with the parameters of the UIC program and the UIC permits. And since the UIC injection permits in our rules evaluate everything within a half-mile radius of that wellbore for containment of the injected fluid into the specified interval. If they keep further away than that half mile, at least that maybe keeps it somewhat status quo as far as the review that's being done on these permits by the EPA. Matter of fact, EPA's, I think, is a quarter-mile radius is what they do. Our rules specify half-mile radius. So that's where the half-mile radius kind of came in. And maybe that's a way to limit issues with the UIC program. It is still within the project area, but we thought this may be a creative way of being able to do what they wanted to do without hopefully harming other horizons. And I went beyond what the question was asked, but I thought that was important to give a little more background.
So essentially, they'd be Barry Petroleum would be drilling and operating these production wells under existing state rules and regulations, and not necessarily under this previous order, because it's not a secondary recovery project, correct?
That's correct.
The producer wells would have to be just secondary or under the statewide rules. That's correct, because the injection interval is subject to the order specifically, and it vacated those other default rules. So Barry would have to comply with everything else, along with its UIC permit from the EPA.
So there's no concern about the tax difference between secondary recovery and primary recovery, correct?
Ms. Conks, have you discussed this with Berry Petroleum regarding the incremental tax benefit on secondary recovery?
Yes, we have. And our management has given us approval to not go and not claim the severance tax rebate. So we would not be applying for that.
And Mr. Chairman, the way I understand how that rebate works, it's not something that you can just take on your reporting forms or on your taxes. You have to have the division give what the incremental increase would be, and then it goes to the Department of Revenue and they approve it. And so it's not like Barry can just take a tax break here without it. Would have to go through the division, and they do not take any tax credit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we would just like to clarify that real quick. Go ahead, Mr. Cassett.
Yeah, and just on that, we're not actively approving, incremental production. Typically how that works is the division does have to administratively certify a baseline. And so that gets sent to the tax commission. And then theoretically, the operators could do that on their own when they take their tax benefits, and they would use the baseline that's on file. So if we didn't have one, an updated one on file, they would go off the old one. So that could potentially be a concern, but if we had it in the order that they weren't going to pursue that, that would probably help that situation, clarify that situation, at least for us. And
Thank you. Is anything else, Mr. Guel?
Yes, sir. Just this agreement is contingent on the EPA approving the agreement and buying off on it. I don't anticipate there being a problem, given that the agreement contemplates a half-mile radius around injecting wells, and the EPA only monitors a quarter mile. This is more protective rather than less, but it is contingent on the EPA buying in, because it's still in the project area and subject to the UIC permit.
Mr. Chair.
Are you done with your presentation?
Yes, unless there are questions.
I just wanted to make sure that you were at a point where we could ask more questions. I'm sorry, I should have waited till the end, but
No, Chairman, you're totally fine. Yeah, that completes what I wanted to add, and I'm happy to answer questions.
great. Mr. Church?
Yes, Mr. Welch, I just wanted to confirm, Barry does own to all depths here. There's no segregation with depths. The leases are all held by production.
Ms. Conks is ready to answer that question. That is something that if we were battling, I was going to lead her through before, but it's a very fair question. So.
The majority of these leases do cover all depths. We have one section where it's surface to the Lower Green River, to the base of the Lower Green River, excuse me. And there's might be about 4 sections that are from the surface to the base of the Wasatch.
Yes, and the point being is on those 4 sections and everything else other than what it is section 17, Barry owns the lease rights to the depths they intend to produce from it. So they're covered there. The section 17, the base of the Green River.
That's right.
Which
right.
would cover the Uteland Butte, but not the Upper Wasatch. But as far as they can tell, and you might understand these things are sometimes difficult to find out, it's probably unleased below because Petroglyph has been on that field for a long time, and then Finley and other operators have been there. I just don't see how somebody could hold a lease, independent lease that deep with no well producing from it for that long.
Our preliminary research indicated it was not leased at this time, but obviously we'd only be recompleting into the zones that we do have the leasehold rights to.
Correct. And that was going to be part of our presentation. And I'll bring one other point up that I did not earlier, but we were not asking the board's permission to drill any particular well. It was just say that the board's order didn't prevent Barry from going forward with its lease rights and its cooperative plan. Ms. Conks, could you tell the board what is the royalty rate across the field?
The royalty rate is 20%.
So the tribe has a good royalty rate on this, and so I imagine that's why they would be interested in more production. It's a pretty good rate.
Any other questions from board members? Hearing none, I guess we'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm that, Mr. McDonald, did we cover OVINTIV's question?
Yeah, I was just going to make a statement regarding that, Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
Yes.
It's just a matter of unfortunate timing of the request for agency actions that this was heard before the OVINTIV matter, because if that had been heard first, it would have resolved this issue that we have. But the understanding is, again, due to the language in the unit plan itself, the lands that are shown in section 32 of 4 South 3 West actually have terminated from the unit by the operation of the unit agreement itself. OVINTIV has the leasehold rights to those lands, and it is separately seeking a drilling unit in the next matter. And with the stipulation by Barry both that they don't own any rights in those lands and that they do not oppose the vacating of the 21402 order as to those lands, we really don't have any further objection.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. I think that it's probably appropriate at this time then to let the parties present their summation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a whole different statement prepared before, 2 minutes before you walked back into the room and reconvened the.
We had a whole bunch more questions too.
Yeah, I understand, and that's but I think this is a good solution, and it's one of those ones where, you know, the parties can work together and make sure it works. And if something needs to be changed in the future, we may have to come back before the board to request an amendment or something. I would let you know just at the bottom, the problem that Barry had to begin with requesting an amendment to the secondary recovery unit is they did not intend to inject into the deeper formations. And so being asked to expand the secondary recovery unit was just kind of didn't fit. The division has tried to work to find a way to make this all right to them and protective of resource, and to find something, a solution here that would work for everybody. The lucky thing here is we're not dealing with a lot of mixed interest owners. It's Barry working interest, 100%. It's the tribe and UDC on the royalties. That the override payments will be there for the override owners. It's it's a large area, but very confined set of mineral interest owners, and I think we can make this work. We would be subject to the division supervision on the permits and as things go forward. If there is a need in the future to amend the action, one of the issues with that is when you amend a secondary recovery unit, you have to follow the process that established it. And if you look at the end of the board's order, there's over 100 property owners there, and then there are the consents of different parties that have to be obtained. And sometimes it's hard to make people sign the paper that maybe they want what you're doing, but just to get it signed and approved. It is a colossal burden to amend a secondary recovery unit. And so with the legitimate belief that the board's order already allowed or didn't prohibit, at a minimum, deepening those wells. That's why Barry filed this action. And I appreciate that we were able to do this. Barry does have plans that are imminent and ongoing for drilling and working. And so to not have a delay or hiccup on that pending further action is a very big deal for Barry.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. And the board definitely doesn't want to stand in the way of further resource recovery. We just want to make sure we're doing it within the sideboards established under the code and the regulations. Mr. Gurrell, you have a summary?
Yeah, just to reiterate, the division and Barry want to work together to make this project move forward. We believe that we've come to a resolution that works for both parties, that the rules can be followed, the resource can be protected and managed, and Barry can move forward. As far as procedurally how to move forward at this moment, I think, one possibility would be to continue the matter And then Mr. Welch and I draft a stipulation that we enter into with a proposed order and submit that, and then withdraw the request entirely. What do you think about that?
That would work. We get a stipulated order. I think just an order confirming what Barry's agreed to do and the requirements of the division is the proper course forward. Then if we can do that by a stipulation that's entered by the board, that would work. So, yeah.
So restate what you're asking for.
That this matter be continued so that the parties can enter into a stipulation and present it to the board. Perhaps, I understand it's December 7th is the next
Yes.
hearing. And so if we could get that before the board for then, and then see if we could get it approved. If it's possible, though, I'm kind of thinking this through, and I'm trying to catch up on this as well.
As we are.
Yeah. One of the issues is if the board is not inclined to accept what has been proposed by the division and Barry, then we may just have to go back and put on the battle armor and do our legal arguments over the extent of the order. I don't know what to do because it's not my place to ask. I guess what I'm getting at.
Well, some of the resources we like to protect are economic, and spending a lot of time on attorney's fees is probably not the best way to go. If we can figure out a equitable solution that works within our rules and regulations, that's the way to go. I would like, before we make a decision, I would like to have an opportunity to discuss this among the board members to make sure we fully are all understanding what's before us and can agree with what's been proposed. I don't assume that there's any objection to that. Is there any other comments that you wish to make before we adjourn for a brief period?
Would you like a brief summary of what the parties are proposing?
That would be very helpful if you can
Okay.
give me a line by line proposal.
So the parties are proposing that every well that is injecting will have a half-mile radius around it where there will not be wells that complete into both formations or multiple formations. And that the agreement for that to move forward is contingent on the EPA approving that agreement.
Okay.
I think the one word I might change there is that development rather than agreement, just that the EPA approved the wells or not opposed to at least.
Yeah, that the EPA
Yeah.
approve production coming from
Outside
both
of the half mile
formations.
buffer
Yeah.
around active producers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Moon.
So how big of a concession is this for Barry to have the half mile versus a quarter mile versus what you wanted to begin with? I just want to understand how much you're giving up here as to what you wanted to do to get within what the division's asking.
I have a rough sense. Can I take just 30 seconds maybe and ask the reservoir engineer? Thank you. Board Member Moon, I have an answer. The truth is Barry has very few injectors still operating out in the Antelope Creek field. So it's not a large concession. At the same time, it is something. But part of that concession is there could be resource in that half mile buffer around a well that stays. And one of the things we discussed with the board and I hinted at before is if things change in the future, Barry could come and seek relief. Or if Barry just stops injecting, then that half-mile buffer goes away. And so it's not like it's going to strand resources is, I think, a big concern. Protect the other resources and not commit waste. We did want to clarify one thing, that the EPA doesn't really approve wells. So we wanted to make clear that it was just that the EPA doesn't oppose what Barry's doing. I don't know if it's one of those things I was mentioning where sometimes it's hard to get somebody to sign a paper and give it to you. So thank you.
Thank you.
And just to follow up, Mr. Moon, if I may, that's one of the reasons the division thought this would be appropriate in this case, is that there are so few of the injecting wells. I believe as of right now, there are only 6, and Barry, from what I understand, does not intend on increasing that number. So this is going to create some administrative burden on the division to help monitor that takes place, but we're willing to take that on because it is such a small number in a relatively small area.
Any further questions from the board? Well, I think we'll go off the record and go have a discussion as a board, and we'll come back in a few minutes and go forward. Thank you. We're off the record, Michelle. right, we'll go back on the record. Appreciate your patience. We just needed to get our heads wrapped around this a little bit better. And I think that you're requesting a continuance in this matter. And I think that we will hear a motion to continue this matter until the December 27th, or 7th rather, hearing date.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to continue the request for action or agency action until December 7th.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it was unanimous. This matter is continued until December 7th. Thank you for your time. Mr. McDonald, are you ready to forge ahead?
Good to go, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make sure my witnesses are, they're appearing virtually. We're good to go on that end.
We'll take a few minutes to make sure.
They're good.
Mr. Chairman, if we could do a quick break, we need to confirm some stuff on our side for the remote witnesses. If I could have 2 minutes.
I think we can give you 2 minutes. We'll be off the record for 2 minutes or until Paul's ready to go ahead, and then we'll read this matter into the record.
They're there.
Could I get an audio check, please, with our remote witnesses?
This is OVINTIV. Can you hear us?
We hear you loud and clear. Please stand by. We're still cross-checking the rest of our technical system. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, thank you for your patience. I believe we're ready to go. We'll be making some fine adjustments as we're underway. Recorder's live and YouTube is live. Thank you.
Ready? All right, we will go back on the record if everyone else is ready. Okay, I will read this matter into the record. Docket number 2022-022, cause number 130-13, in the matter of the amended request for agency action of OVINTIV USA. And I won't go through that whole thing, so I'll turn the time over to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appearing with me today virtually, thanks to the board's authorization from Houston, are Mr. Jordan Lear, Senior Land Negotiator. He's raised his hand. Mr. Josh Reamer, who's the Geoscience Manager of Development. And Mr. Brian Power, who's the Senior Reservoir Engineer. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that they be sworn in at this time.
Michelle, please do so when you get a chance.
Will you raise your right hands, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, the resumes of all three witnesses were submitted collectively as Exhibit A in this cause. If separately asked, each would confirm the contents of their resumes are true and correct. Mr. Lear will be a fact witness only. Messrs. Reamer and Mr. Power were previously recognized by the board as experts in geology and petroleum engineering, respectively. Based on that and their resumes, and presuming the division has no objection, we request that they again be so recognized by the boards as experts in those fields for purposes of this cause.
No objection from the division.
Board members, any objection? No, then they're so recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as our normal practice, I want to confirm that it's acceptable for me to move for admission of our exhibits as a whole at the end of our presentation in chief.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Members of the board, today OVINTIV is before you, first seeking partial vacation of the 214-02 order, which was the subject of the matter you just heard before this, insofar as it pertains to lots 1 through 4, the south half, north half, and the northeast quarter of Section 32, Township 4 South, Range 3 West. As the tribal lease covering those lands at the time that order was entered in 2000 expired and the lands were eliminated from the Antelope Creek unit by operation of the agreement under paragraph 21. No wells were drilled, and that is the reason that terminated. A true and correct copy of the 214-02 order was submitted as part of Exhibit B, and a true and correct copy of the Antelope Creek unit agreement was submitted as Exhibit G in this cause. OVINTIV has since acquired an exploration and development agreement with the Ute Indian Tribe and the Ute Distribution Corporation, and which was approved by the Bureau of Indian Affairs,
which covered those Section 32 lands formerly committed to the Antelope Creek unit, among many other lands. Presuming that the 214 order is so partially vacated, OVINTIV is secondly before you today to establish 2 additional stand-up or vertical drilling units within its Bridgeland prospect, comprised of the Section 29 and 32 and Section 30 and 31 lands, respectively, of Township 4 South, Range 3 West, which are now currently unspaced for Lower Green River-Wasatch wells, including conversion as originally established under the board's order entered in cause number 139-134. In other words, OVINTIV is essentially seeking extension of the board's orders entered in cause number 139-160 to lands within the same vicinity, similar to what the board ordered last year in cause numbers 130-07 and 130-10 in this Bridgeland prospect. A true and correct copy of the board's order entered in cause number 139-160 was submitted as the remainder of Exhibit B in this cause. As the board has done in those previous hearings, OVINTIV requests the board to take administrative notice of the testimony of Mr. Mike Jensen and the exhibits admitted into evidence in the 139-134 hearing pertaining to the concept of drilling unit conversion and how correlative rights in existing wells remain protected thereby pursuant to Utah Code Annotated Section 63G-4-206, subparagraph 1B, Romanet 4. Like the 139-160 order, OVINTIV does not seek overlapping drilling units for vertical, short lateral, and long lateral wells. Instead, OVINTIV is requesting that production from vertical and directionally drilled wells remain on a wellbore basis and from short lateral horizontal wells on a temporary sectional drilling unit basis until the first long lateral horizontal well is drilled, and then effective the first of the month following the date of first production, providing per production from all of the wells to be allocated on the 2-section drilling unit basis, otherwise referred to as conversion. This will prevent premature and unnecessary modification of existing rights to production until such time as the drilling of the first long lateral well on the requested respective drilling units occurs and mandates the modification. However, I will note there are no current wells on either of these drilling units, and therefore the likelihood is the long lateral well will be the first well drilled in these units. OVINTIV is also requesting authorization to drill up to 12 long lateral horizontal wells and up to 8 vertical, directional, or short lateral wells per drilling unit. Setbacks of 330 feet for heel toe and 560 feet for perpendicular from the drilling unit boundaries is also requested, consistent with the previous board orders. This ensures maximum recovery of resource from each drilling unit. As you will hear, OVINTIV prefers to maintain these conservative setbacks at this time due to a shift in the fracture orientation in this area until it can develop further data from drilling. Since Indian lands are involved, communization agreements are also required, and as you know, by federal guidelines or by practice, the federal agencies require a drilling unit order from the board and then a follow-up communization agreement. It's another reason why OVINTIV is before you today. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code Annotated Sections 40-6-6, 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and 40-6-6. Notice of the amended request for agency action and hearing was sent via regular mail to all of the production interest owners within the requested drilling units, including the Ute Indian Tribe and the Ute Distribution Corporation, to the working interest owners, including unleased owners in the established drilling units, or if it was on space, the quarter-quarter sections adjacent to the affected area due to the requested setbacks, and to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Land Management, being the governmental agencies having oil and gas jurisdiction over many of the lands. The mailings were sent to these parties at their last addresses disclosed by the relevant BIA and Duchesne County realty records. The records will also reflect that notice was published in the Salt Lake Tribune on October 2nd, in the Uinta Basin Standard on October 5th, and the Deseret News on October 7th. Barry Petroleum Company, LLC, the operator of the Antelope Creek unit, timely filed a response to OVINTIV's amended request for agency action, indicating it does not oppose its granting. The division, with the board's authorization, filed its response to OVINTIV's amended request for agency action on October 17th, indicating it supports the request to partially vacate the 21402 order and that the division does not oppose the requested spacing. No other objections or responses were received. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Lear. Mr. Lear, please state your business and or your name and business address for the record.
Jordan Lair. The business address here is 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And what is your current position with OVINTIV?
I'm the senior landman over this area.
All right, would you please state for the record the corporate and bonding status of OVINTIV?
Sure. OVINTIV is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business for Rockies operations in the Woodlands, Texas. It is duly authorized to conduct business in Utah and is fully bonded with all appropriate federal, Indian, and state agencies. It is the successor by name change to Newfield Production Company and merger of OVINTIV Production Incorporated.
All right, Mr. Lear, I'm going to now show you what have been marked as exhibits C through F, shown on the PowerPoint here. Do you recognize these? And also exhibit H. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Were they prepared by you or OVINTIV personnel with your input and review?
They were.
Turning your attention to what has been marked as exhibit C, would you please explain to the board what this represents?
Sure. Exhibit C is the regional locator plat. Shows the 2 proposed DSUs in red, which are located approximately halfway between Duchesne City and Mighton, being 3 miles, approximately 3 miles south of Highway 40.
Turning your attention now to exhibit D, please explain to the board what this reflects.
This is again the same 2 proposed DSUs, and it shows the existing wells within the 2 DSUs. As we've discussed previously, there are no existing wells, and that's what the plat is showing you. And then, as Mr. McDonald discussed in his opening statements, as to conversion, if any vertical, directional, or short lateral wells are drilled first, which is unlikely in this case, but no long lateral well production would be allocated on a wellbore basis for vertical and directional drilled wells and a sectional basis for short lateral wells. Thereafter, conversion then would be effective for those wells as to the first date of the month following the date of first production of the first long lateral drilled, and effective as to the date of first production for the long lateral drilled in either DSU. Further, however, requested reduced setbacks for the horizontal wells would be effective immediately. Again, all the requested drilling units contain Indian mineral lands, and in our experience, communitization agreements are obviously required, and the agencies will generally need to have the spacing order to match those for the communitization agreements.
Okay, again, just to confirm, there's no existing wells in these drilling units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, turning your attention now to Exhibit E. Please explain to the board what this shows and its significance.
This is just an exhibit that's showing the estimated working interest we have in these DSUs. However, due to a recently completed trade with U.S.M, OVINTIV's current working interest is approximately 85.72% in the first DSU and 93.04% working interest in the second DSU.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's the board's preference. We could modify or correct this exhibit to update it based on Mr. Lair's testimony, or it's simply up to the board if they feel that's necessary for the record or if his testimony is sufficient.
Does anybody feel like they need to update this? Division, do you think they need to be updating this?
No, I don't think it affects the decision at all. As long with the testimony on the record, we can go off that.
That's my feeling as well.
All right, thank you for that confirmation. Mr. Lair, please continue about the working interest and how OVINTIV's situation is with respect to the Section 32 lands.
Certainly. As Fred, or as Mr. McDonald had said in the opening statement, OVINTIV acquired the Bridgeland EDA, which is BIA number 14-20H62-6154. In 2008, it's effective October 15th of 2008, covering the Section 32 lands, and as a consequence of the prior lease committed to the Antelope Creek unit, terminating and contraction of those lands outside of the Antelope Creek unit.
All right, Mr. Lair, I'm now going to show you a portion of what was submitted as Exhibit G. I'm assuming Exhibit G is an official business record of OVINTIV. Is that correct?
It is.
All right, and this appears at the top of numbered page 17 of Exhibit G, if the board's concerned. But this is the provision that Mr. Lair is referring to that terminated the prior lease and the contraction of the Section 32 lands out. When was this unit plan originally approved?
The original approval of the unit was effective February 1st of 1995. And as the provision we're highlighting states, the 10-year period after that date expired on January 31st, 2005, which would be more than 3 years prior to the EDA.
Okay, now turning your attention to Exhibit F, please explain to the board what this shows.
Exhibit F is a status of the spacing currently around the proposed DSUs. Absent the requested partial vacating, the 214-02 order currently covers lots 1 through 4, the north half of the south half, and the northeast quarter of Section 32, which is shown there in light blue. The remaining subject lands in red are currently unspaced. 139-134, 139-150, 139-160, 139-07, and 130-10, respectively, are shown in dark blue, pink, gray, purple, and black hatched areas. They're all operated by OVINTIV. There's no overlapping units for vertical, directional, or short lateral wells. with those spacings. And then the 139-155 shown in dark gold is operated by Javelin. The 131-151 and 130-12 shown in lighter gold and green hatched areas are operated by U.S. All of these are spaced for 1,280 acre drilling units for the Lower Green River-Wasatch production. But the Javelin and U.S. orders also provide for overlapping 40 and or 640 acre drilling units for vertical / directionally drilled / short lateral horizontal wells. However, OVINTIV's preferred approach is conversion, as was addressed in Mr. Jensen's previous testimony, of which the board has previously taken administrative notice.
All right, would you briefly outline what is the current certification practices that OVINTIV does with respect to the setbacks under those existing orders?
Sure. Currently, OVINTIV certifies to the division that horizontal well bores will be cemented and cased to the productive intervals within the established setbacks. Also, currently certified to division that OVINTIV has obtained all requisite surface and subsurface consents / authorizations for off-drilling unit surface hole locations to drill through to drilling unit boundary when applicable. Both of these are required under 139-134, 139-150, 139-160, 139-170, and 130-10 orders, and OVINTIV has requested the same process be adopted here.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit H, would you please explain what this shows?
Sure. This is the illustration of how notice was provided. As in the previous exhibits, the requested DSUs are shown in dark red, and all production interest owners were sent a copy of the amended RAA within those DSUs. The red shaded areas are the notice buffer area, where all working interest owners, including unleased owners in the established drilling units and adjacent unspaced quarter sections adjacent to the area issue, were sent a copy of the amended RAA because of the requested setbacks.
All right, I'm going to refer you to the original and supplemental certificates of mailing. Do you have those documents in front of you?
I do. They're right here.
These were pleadings that were prepared by my office. They're already on file with the board. Do you recognize the names and the address on there?
I do.
And who are those parties?
Those are the parties. Parties and addresses were compiled from OVINTIV's internal land records, including title opinions and a search of the BIA and Duchesne County records prior to the filing of the amended RAA by Lone Wolf Energy Incorporated, OVINTIV's contract land service. And those are the parties aforementioned, being the production interest owners within the requested DSUs, or the adjacent working interest owners or unleased owners in the red shaded area.
All right, members of the board, my office mailed those out, regular mail, due to the large number of parties that were involved as opposed to certified mailing, so that there's no exhibit reflecting return receipts this time. Mr. Chairman, with that, that concludes my examination. Mr. Lair.
Thank you. Division?
The division has no questions for this witness.
Board members, do you have any questions of this witness? Hearing none. Turn it back over to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll commence my examination of Mr. Reamer. Mr. Reamer, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Josh Reamer. Business address is 4 Waterway Square Place, The Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And what is your current position with OVINTIV?
I'm a geoscience manager of development with responsibility over the Bridgeland area.
I'm going to direct your attention to what have been marked as Exhibits I through L. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Were they prepared by you or OVINTIV personnel with your input and review?
They were.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit I, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Exhibit I is the field type log, the Shell Brotherson 1-11B4 well. It shows the stratigraphic definition of the Lower Green River and Wasatch transitional formations which comes from the 139, 134, and 139, 160 orders.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit J, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
This is a log of the Willis Moon 1 well, which is in between the type log and the areas of issue today. This exhibit reflects the primary intervals which will be targeted in the Bridgeland prospect. It is a correlative log of those primary targeted intervals for long lateral wells from a well nearby the area at issue today.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit K, please explain to the board what this represents.
This is a west to east cross section through the area of interest. It reflects uniformity through the area. It also highlights that the Lower Green River-Wasatch transitional formations constitute one common supply, one source of supply in this area, and is consistent with the board's designation of those formations as one pool throughout the Uinta Basin.
Turning your attention now to Exhibit L, please explain to the board what this represents and its significance to the drilling units requested.
Exhibit L is the principal horizontal stress orientation and rows diagram map. It reflects wells with observed stress indicators from formation microimaging logs. Bridgeland is in an area of fracture orientation transition. The average fracture orientation of north 45 degrees west. This DSU therefore could either be stand up or lay down. OVINTIV is requesting stand up orientation to perpendicularly intersect the Duchesne fault zone, which is depicted by the brown lines over these lands.
All right, Mr. Reamer, in your expert opinion then, do the uniformity and thickness make the Lower Green River-Wasatch an attractive target for long lateral horizontal drilling?
Yes, it does.
Is it also your expert opinion that the fracture orientation in the Duchesne faults as outlined support stand-up units?
Yes, it does.
And finally, is it your expert opinion that the Lower Green River-Wasatch constitute one common source of supply?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination, Mr. Reamer.
Thank you. Division?
The division has no questions for this witness.
Board members, do you have questions for this gentleman? Hearing none, we'll proceed.
Thank you. I'll commence my examination of Mr. Power. Mr. Power, please state your name and business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Brian Power. I work at 4 Waterway Square Place, Suite 100, Woodlands, Texas, 77380.
And what is your current position with OVINTIV?
I'm a senior reservoir engineer that's working this area in the Uinta Basin.
All right, turning your attention to what have been marked as Exhibits M through O for purposes of this cause. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And were they prepared by you or OVINTIV personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, turning your attention to Exhibit M, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Yeah, so this is a similar exhibit to others submitted by OVINTIV for horizontal spacing matters. We've got an orientation of 45 degrees north of west, effective fracture half lengths of no longer than 200 feet for the Uteland Butte wells and 334 feet for the Wasatch wells. As shown, the requested setbacks at 330 feet heel to toe and 560 feet perpendicularly will not adversely affect correlative rights of adjacent drilling units. OVINTIV is not requesting heel-toe setback reductions to 100 feet like we did in Mighton until it acquires more data from this prospect. OVINTIV very well may come back to the board to seek setback reductions when it's ready for full prospect development.
Turning our attention now to what has been marked as Exhibit N, please explain to the board what this shows and its significance.
Yes, this shows an average of 298 million barrels of oil per 2-section drilling units over the Bridgeland prospect. The expected recovery factor is 3.2%, and that's with 12 long lateral wells and 8 short lateral or vertical wells per DSU. and this is a reasonable expectation of recovery factor for the area.
Finally, turning your attention to Exhibit O, please explain what this reflects and its significance.
Yeah, this is the economics for the area. So the long lateral wells are economic with the rates of return at 22%. That's based on a $50 WTI pricing. However, there are many other factors such as service costs, operating costs, and marketing constraints that may affect the economics.
All right, in your expert opinion then, is up to 12 long lateral plus up to 8 vertical or directionally drilled or short lateral wells needed to drain each proposed drilling unit efficiently and economically?
Yes.
And is it also your expert opinion that the requested setbacks and conversion should not result in adverse drainage and will be protective of correlative rights?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes my examination of Mr. Power.
Thank you. Division?
Chairman Hanson, with the board's permission, I'd like to have Mr. Ellis Peterson with the division ask a few questions of this witness.
Any objections?
None.
Board?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Power about his Exhibit M.
Sure.
First, let me preface this by saying the division technical staff has no objection to this request, but I want to make a clarification here. Exhibit M shows the geometry of your average estimated fractures relative to the section lines. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you would have drainage going beyond these fractures. Is that correct?
That is possible.
Okay. And that drainage would be dependent on certain reservoir parameters, such as permeability, the viscosity of the oil. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I know you don't have actual numbers for these. We've seen these type of numbers in a number of different causes, and we feel good about your setbacks here where they are. But the magnitude of these parameters would probably be based on what you've seen in other areas in the basin, like for permeability in the magnitude of single-digit microdarcies, and your oil viscosity would probably be greater than 1 centipoise. Isn't that correct?
I'll have to refer to Josh Reamer for the perm, but viscosity is probably correct.
Yeah, Ellis, I'd agree with that permeability range.
Okay, I just want to make that point because we can check the numbers and you know there's the only way you're going to have no drainage from these fractures is one, if time is 0, you don't produce anything. 2, your permeability is 0, or your viscosity is infinite. And the numbers that we've seen in the past, and you've just verified, you know, that, yeah, any drainage that would occur here would not occur for a longer period of time. But I just wanted to clarify for other causes that we have to consider the drainage beyond these fractures, just not the fracture orientation itself. So that's the point I wanted to make, and that's the only question I had. Thank you.
No other questions from the division.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for this witness? Hearing none, I apologize. I would like to ask a question of Mr. Reamer, and it's really for my own education. The impact of the Duchesne fault zone on your drilling, what do you anticipate will that impact be, or if any, when you encounter that fault zone in a lateral hole? Or
no, it's a fair question. Yeah, no, I get your question, Mr. Chairman. I mean, what we've seen in other assets that you can have potential loss zones, pressurizing of the fault. You could have all kind of drilling hazards and problems as you cross it. What we're asking for you today is to drill perpendicularly to that to hopefully minimize some of that risk while you're going through it. If you drill along it, let's say along it this direction, if you could see my hands at the moment, we think maybe that could increase your chance of problems. So what we're going to do is, again, like we've asked, try to drill perpendicular to that. We were fortunate enough, we have drilled 2 wells close to here, just almost adjacent to this DSU, and we didn't see severe problems, which helps us de-risk this area, and hopefully we can continue to keep drilling out here.
Would you expect higher permeabilities as you would advance through that fault zone? And would your area of extraction be enlarged as you went through that fault zone?
Permeability increase around the fault zone is possible. We do find a high deformation zone away from the fault regions typically. That's what we see in outcrop. Now, the argument could be made, is that good or bad for you? Meaning you could think, yes, you're increasing permeability, but how deep does that permeability go? Are you going to reach down into other formations that are water bearing, which may overload the relative perm and overload the well? So the question, is it good or bad, is really what we're trying to understand and try to de-risk. We recognize the fact that, yes, there is deformation away from the fault, but we would like to kind of continue to gather some data here.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Mr. Moon?
Yes, sir.
So along with that, do you not frack that when you're passing through that fault zone?
Currently, what we've done previously, we have fracked through that portion. Again, we're trying to understand, do we have performance reduction by doing that? And that's what we're trying to understand going forward. If we do find that it would be in OVINTIV's best interest to step away from that fault zone and maybe not frack around it, reduce a few stages, yes, we may do that, but we have not made that decision as of yet. That's always in the works and in the discussion.
And I may follow up that we will be paying close attention to the pressures as we're fracking across those areas. So any sort of anomalies in fracture pressures will cause us to potentially, take mitigating steps to cause any sort of associated risks with a particular well.
Yep, great point.
Mr. Borden?
Yes, one follow-up question. The relatively low density of historic wells in this area, is that because of geologic concerns about the fault zone or some other geologic characteristic of this immediate area, or some other reason that you might be aware of?
I really can't speak to what previous operators have done and their decision-making process in this area. What we can say is that, based on the analysis that we have, that this does have considerable oil in place that can be recovered.
Any other questions? Thank you for those explanations. It was very helpful. Turn it back over to you,
Absolutely.
Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our presentation. Chief, at this time, I would move for admission of exhibits A through O inclusive.
So admitted?
Any objection?
No objection from
No,
the
sorry, skip that part.
No objection from the division, and the division just wants to reiterate that the division is supportive of this request and hopes that the board grants it.
Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, the other thing I'd like to confirm is the administrative notice of Mr. Jensen's testimony in the exhibits in 139, 134 is taken.
so noted.
All right, thank you. If there's no other commentary from the division, we feel like we've satisfied all the statutory and regulatory requirements. We appreciate the board's indulgence in allowing the witnesses to testify from Houston. Again, I think this electronic testimony has been working out very well. And on a personal note, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for all of your service as chairman. I know how difficult that can be. And again, I'd like to add my personal thank you for your service, and look forward to working with you for the next couple months, at least as a board member.
I appreciate that.
And thank you to the board members for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. The division has already said they don't really have anything more to say, so it's up to the board at this point, I think, to consider a motion. Or would you like to discuss this matter in private? Well, I think then a motion might be in order.
move that we approve the amended request for agency action in this matter.
Is there a second? Discussion? No discussion on the motion. We will vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Mr. McDonald, will you prepare the order?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Division. We have, I think I can read this next matter into the agenda or into the record because it's been continued. So I will do so, and then I think we'll break for lunch after that before we hear the final docketed item. Docket number 2022-023, cause number S0230094, in the matter of notice of agency action, the Utah Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining requests an order forfeiting the surety bonds surrounding the Eureka Rock Quarry and directing the division to perform reclamation. This matter has been continued. I forgot what date it's continued to. Do you know, Mr. Gruhl?
December 7th. And ideally, the division will be filing a withdrawal before December 7th. We're just waiting for a few last details from the operator for them to come into full compliance, and then their permit will be valid and everything can continue.
Great, thank you. Well, we will go off the record and reconvene at 1:45, an hour from now. I assume that the parties for the next matter will be ready. We're off the record. Michelle, are you ready? Great. We'll go back on the record. We will go ahead and I will read this next matter into the record. Docket number 2022-024, cause number 471-02, in the matter of the request for agency action of Heavy Sweet Oil LLC and AC Oil LLC for an order pursuant to Utah Administrative Code R649-5-1. And I won't read the rest of that. So we will take appearances of counsel at this time. We'll start with you, Mr. Gu. Nope. There you go.
Is that better?
Yes.
Good, good. Denise Dragoo, appearing on behalf of Heavy Sweet and AC Oil LLC, and my co-counsel, Jim Allen, also appearing on behalf of Heavy Oil and AC Oil LLC.
Thank you. Division?
Hello, Elizabeth Harris on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining.
Thank you. Any other? Are those your witnesses? Okay, just wasn't sure if there was a third party involved here or not. Well, in that case, we've got that out of the way. I'll turn the time over to you, to Mr. Gu.
Chairman Hanson, I'm so sorry, if I may. We are missing one of the division staff that I'd like to be present for the presentation. Can I go find him just down the hall?
Sure,
Can
we could
send
just
him?
introduce our witnesses. Just generally.
Perfect.
While Liz
That
is-
works great.
Okay, yep, let's continue on
Thank
then.
you.
All right, great.
You'll have to pull that mic fairly close to yourself, Denise.
Oh,
so
okay,
that you can
great,
hear it.
thank you. So we have some witnesses testifying on behalf of the petitioners today, Heavy Sweet Oil and AC Oil LLC. First to my left is Brian McGregor. He is a petroleum engineer and chief engineer for Valcor Energy, and he will appear today as both a fact and an expert witness. Doug Hamilton to his left, and he is Dr. Doug Hamilton, PhD and a contract geologist for Valcor Energy. He will serve as an expert witness in these proceedings. Tom Sikowski, who's a geologist and hydrologist. He's with the firm of Stantec, and he will also present fact and expert witness testimony. And we may proffer the affidavit of John Andrews. He's landman and attorney with Sell and Wilmer. So I don't know, maybe we could go ahead and have them all sworn in at this time, if that's okay.
Will you raise your right hands, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Very good. And all the witnesses are testifying for the first time, and we'll qualify them as experts as we go along in petroleum engineering, geology, and hydrology, respectively, at the commencement of their testimony. The resumes of each of the witnesses is collectively submitted as Exhibit A, and if asked, each would confirm the information reflected in their respective resumes as true and correct. So, but we'll get to that when we get the witnesses introduced. So,
Liz, have you found your
is she
missing?
returned? Oh, good.
Okay.
We use the time efficiently, Liz.
And Tom, you can smile a little bit. It's not that bad.
Jurisdictional issues. Okay, great. So, Mr. Chairman, we'll just provide a little background and summary of our request today. So, actually, you may recall, I think there was a nice presentation made by Brian McGregor in August to the board, sort of giving you the general tar sands 101 presentation, and we said we'd be back, and here we are, like a bad penny. So we're back. And, you know, this is really, I think it should be fun today because this is a case of first impression. The Senate Bill 146 authorized the board to regulate tar sands and change the definition of oil to include tar sands that are produced in a liquid form at the wellhead. And along with that, definitional change indicated that the board had jurisdiction to enact an order regarding an enhanced recovery project. And so we're here today seeking approval to proceed with an enhanced recovery project. And we're proceeding primarily under two rules, Utah Administrative Rule R649-5-1 and then 649-5-2. 649-5-1 sets out the requirements for injection of fluids into reservoirs, and I think there are about 10 or 12 of those requirements, and so we've just created a little checklist for the board today on that. And then our 649-5-2, of course, requires an underground injection control well permit for each well, and so those permits were submitted in September, and they're pending before the division. So the board's order today would be conditioned upon the approval of that UIC well application permit. So, all right, and just in terms of proceeding, I'll just quickly go through the petition and notice requirements, that confirming that for the record that the request for agency action was filed on September 12th and addresses all of the requirements for our 649-5-1-2. Of course, a self-serving statement. And we'll have testimony today to show each of the elements that's before us today in the checklist. There's a list of interest owners that's provided within a half-mile radius of the proposed project. And we have submitted the affidavit of John Andrews, and he prepared that list, and that affidavit is set out at Exhibit G of your exhibit package, and we'll just proffer that if we could. And I think we have the division and board council sign off on just simply submitting that for the record rather than going through each of the surface and mineral owners. Is that correct, Liz? Oh, sorry. Just wondering if you're signing off on John Andrews' proffer of his affidavit.
Yes, we have no objection to those coming in.
Okay, very good. Great.
And I'm sorry, which exhibit was that?
Right, and that's Exhibit G, and that sets out the surface and mineral owners. And those surface and mineral owners were each provided with a copy of the petition per the requirements of the rule. And I actually provided an affidavit to that effect, but the certificate of service also stands as evidence of that. So if there's any questions, I think we're all right on that proffer as well. Liz, is that correct?
Yes, both of those can come in.
Great. Okay, that's G and G1.
Okay.
All right, great. Good. So we're ready to proceed with our direct examination if there's no further questions about jurisdiction or notice.
I don't think there are any questions. Please proceed, unless
Okay.
the division has any. Nope.
Great. All right. Well, then we'd like to call as our first witness Brian McGregor. And he's already been sworn in, so I guess that still counts, right? Okay. And Mr. McGregor, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Brian McGregor. My address is in Calgary, Alberta. And I've been hired to work full-time for Valcor and as chief engineer.
Great. And could you put on the record the relationship between Valcor Energy and Heavy Sweet Oil?
Yeah, Heavy Sweet Oil is affiliated with Valcor, Valcor being the lead, but Heavy Sweet will be looking after this project.
Great. And what's the relationship between Valcor Energy and AC Oil?
We'll be acting as the operator, operating the wells that have AC names, the AC.
Great.
2 well.
So you're serving then as chief engineer and project engineer for both? Is
That's
that correct?
correct.
Okay, great. And what are your responsibilities?
I'll do all of the engineering, planning, procurement, and running the operations.
Great. And could you just briefly summarize your experience? It's set forth in the Exhibit A, but maybe
Okay,
just
sure.
briefly summarize.
I'm a 40-year mechanical engineer from University of Calgary. I've worked in the oil industry since I graduated, starting with Chevron as a field supervisor. I've worked several operations in Canada, as well as international operations in Egypt, Israel, and Brazil. And I specialize more in heavy oil, horizontal drilling, and enhanced operations.
Great, thanks. Chairman Hansen, we'd request that the board recognize Brian McGregor as an expert in process engineering based on his testimony and his representations.
Division, any objection?
No objections, thank you.
Great.
Board members, any objections? He is so admitted as an expert
Very
witness
good.
in this matter.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen. So now we will proceed with what is marked in your package as Exhibit C1. And can you just scroll forward? Great. And just head to the next slide. All right. So, Mr. McGregor, we're showing you now a PowerPoint presentation that's been marked Exhibit C1 for the purposes of the hearing. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And did you prepare the exhibit?
Yes, I did.
Great. And what was the purpose of your PowerPoint?
To explain more the address of the company, the first 3 or 4 points on your on the checklist, and specifically I'll be talking about the operations, which I will be in charge of.
Very good. You want to proceed to the next slide?
Yes, and this is more what I'll be talking about, but these are the requirements of what is required from Section 649-5-1. I'll go into more details, but it's more in Section 2 for the answering the questions in regards to the petition of the authority for injection of.
Great. So let's proceed to
Yeah.
the pages labeled 2.1 project operation.
Yeah, so the project operator is Heavy Sweet Oil, which is affiliated with Valcor Energy Holdings. The address we have here is the head office in Katy, Texas. So Heavy Sweet is affiliated with Valcor, and we will operate both the wells for Heavy Sweet and Tomco.
Great. And does Heavy Sweet have a separate address?
Yes, this is an older address. There's an address in Park City which was just recently changed.
And is that 1090 Center Drive, Studio 31, Park City, Utah?
That's correct.
84198. Okay, great.
I
Thank you.
don't know.
Okay, very good. And could you also state for the record the current address of AC Oil LLC? Is that 9 Exchange Place, Suite 600, Salt Lake City, Utah?
That's correct.
Great. Okay, and do these addresses satisfy the requirements of R 649-5-1-2.1 regarding the name and address of the operator?
Yes, they do.
Good. Thank you. Okay. Turning to the pages labeled 2.2.1.
Okay.
Project area. Please describe.
Yeah, now this is I've kind of taken a wide view of the project area, and in this map I show you the whole Uinta Basin. It holds about 3 billion barrels of heavy oil resources as estimated.
Was that 30? I wasn't
30,
sure if I read that
30
right. Thank you.
billion barrels, yes, which is quite significant. It places it in the top 5 in the world as far as resources for heavy oil. So phase 1 will include 4 cyclic steam stimulation wells, or commonly referred to as huff and puff. And the area of operation is the rectangle up in the northeast corner, near the town of Vernal, and an area called Asphalt Ridge, which would be more commonly known as. So if you go to the next slide, it zeroes in more closely to the 3 wells which are going to be operated by Heavy Sweet. They're the wells that are in red, and they're in section 22. And we'll quickly go to the next slide, which shows the Tomco well, which is the yellow star, and that's in section 23. And the next slide is a combination of all the wells. It shows in the blue triangles are offsetting well bores that were drilled. They were never cased or completed, but they were drilled as test wells, and a lot of the offset information is derived from those wells. Doug will be talking more about that. Up in the right, you'll see the green squares, and those are the freshwater water wells. And Tom will be talking more about that, but I'll let them.
And Brian, just how far away are those wells?
They're
in
over a
relation
mile
to
and a half away. That each square is a 1 mile by 1 mile section, so you can see from the map it's about 1.5 miles away.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then are these three figures presented to satisfy R649 5-1-2.2, and that's the requirement to provide a plat showing the area involved and identifying the wells in the project area?
Yes, it is. And they'll be referred to off these plats in Doug and Tom's testimony.
Great. Very good. Okay, well then let's turn to the page labeled 2.3.1, description of operations.
Yeah. Now, whenever we design a well, we design it, I'll say, from the bottom up. And that's how we're going to produce the well, determines how we're going to complete the well, determines how we're going to drill the well. So it's a little bit reverse of how you would normally think. But our design considerations that we've taken into account is, number one, of course, is that these will be steam injection wells. But the one thing we really want to do is we want to keep our injection below the established frac gradient. For economic purposes than anything, we don't want to heat up the remaining formations. We want to treat our products of the zone. Another issue is the high temperature fluctuations. We'll be going up to 600 degrees Fahrenheit, and associated with that is metal expansion. So we've designed our wells to accommodate this metal expansion. The metal expansion also can compromise your cement bond integrity. So we've designed the wells to keep that integrity. Another issue will be sand control. And right now the zone is competent, it won't fall apart. But once you start injecting steam, producing oil back, the sand will be liberated and can become an issue later on the date. So we'll incorporate sand control in our plan. And protection of the other zones, again, it's more, we want to stimulate the zone of interest. And everything above the casing design, the cement bond, is we want to maintain that integrity of the cap rock above the zone. And that's something that Doug will actually be talking more about.
Great. Good. Then I'd ask you to turn to 2.3.2.
Right. And based on this criteria, this is the well design that we've come up with. It's a standard design for cyclic steam stimulation. They've been doing this process for 70 years, and we're not doing anything new or different. We've just using established techniques and methods. It's also important to mention that everything that you'll see in this diagram is a bare minimum. If, depending on availability of equipment, will exceed this requirement, and that's pressure rating of casings, et cetera. Another thing that when we drill the first section of the well, the surface casing, we want to be able to set the surface casing in competent rock so that we'll be able to accommodate the well control. That's not really a steam issue, that's more of a drilling issue, and we're going to be following the standard drilling process or standard drilling procedures, so nothing different from that. What we will do is on penetration of the reservoir, we're going to do an FIT, which is a formation integrity test. Well, what this does is that we can confirm what the frac gradient is. And from a drilling perspective, we don't want to exceed the frac gradient. But from a production perspective, it's the same thing. We don't want to exceed it. We want to do a matrix squeeze on the zone to stimulate the entire zone. Now, anticipated, it's calculated right now, it's between 500 and 1,000 PSI. We'll do this FIT test on this well and the other future wells that we plan to drill. And we'll be able to establish a baseline or a map of formation gradients, fracture gradients. The production casing, again, will be set in place with thermal cement. And the thermal cement, it's a design for cement that's been used in thermal and production or programs up in Canada and California. It basically, because the casing will expand and contract with temperature, the cement is more ductile and will also expand and contract and maintain that bond. Again, the emphasis is that we do not exceed the frac gradient when we're injecting steam. So again, this is how we're going to drill the well, but when we're producing the well, we're going to be injecting steam. So that's why I say from the bottom up is how we design the well.
Excellent. Okay. And at page 2.3.3, can you describe the casing
Yeah,
program?
this casing program was what was put into the submission. Again, they're the minimum requirements, and they may be adjusted higher based on availability. What we designed was everything based on a 2,500 PSI working pressure. Now, that's not what we're going to be injecting at, but that's kind of a design minimum so that we pick casing, wellhead equipment, everything else is based on a design of 2,500 PSI. For example, if you look in the first table, the burst for the surface casing, it's 2860 PSI. That's the rated burst on that casing. So we've exceeded what we would see is 2,500. So it already has a safety factor of 1.2 to start with. And again, we'll be using thermal cement to accommodate the expansion and contraction of the casing.
Very good. And turning to 2.3.4.
Okay.
Could you describe this?
Yeah, the next two slides will describe the injection process. Again, this is called cyclic steam injection or huff and puff. So one thing that we will do is we'll run sand screens in these wells as protection when the well is produced. We do not want to have sand to surface, or we want to minimize any sand to surface. We want to keep it down in the zone. We'll also be using bottom hole pump and rods as opposed to different systems because it's a metal on metal type of contact, and any elastomers won't withstand any of the temperatures that these wells will see. We will also put the screens in to get even distribution of the steam throughout the whole chamber. And again, we won't be exceeding the formation integrity test, which is established earlier. So when we're in the steaming phase, we'll pull the bottom hole pump and rods, and then we'll steam for 3 to 4 weeks to heat up and energize the reservoir. Doug will talk about it more, but this oil does not flow on its own. It needs to be heated up to reduce the viscosity to make it recoverable.
Great.
The makeup water for the steam will be ionized, and of course, when it is steamed, it'll be ionized water.
Very good. And finally, turning to 2.3.5, can you describe the production operation?
Yeah, this is the puff stage of the huff and puff. So after we've injected steam for 3 to 4 weeks, we'll have a soaking period of 3 to 4 weeks. And again, the heating of the reservoir will reduce the viscosity. We'll run the bottom hole pump and rods back in the hole, and then we'll put it on production. We'll be recovering oil, some steam, and condensed water.
Great. And just one last question. The description of operations that you presented, are they presented to satisfy the requirements of 649.51-2.3, and that's to provide a full description of the particular operations for which approval is requested?
Yes, they are.
Great. Thank you. That's the conclusion of my direct examination of Mr. McGregor.
We'll turn the time over to the division.
Thank you. I do have a few questions for you, and if you are not the right person to be asking these questions, please let me know.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you can clarify for me just the relationship between all the parties that we have here. So there's Heavy Sweet, AC Oil, and then Valcor is the operator for both of those parties?
Valcor is, yeah, Heavy Sweet will be the operator of
Oh,
the
I'm
project.
sorry.
Yeah.
Heavy Sweet is the operator.
Yeah.
So Valcor and AC Oil, are they affiliated in any way?
The answer is yes. Yeah,
Okay.
common ownership.
Well, and, sorry, is someone going to be testifying about that later, that it would be better to ask them, or?
Not really.
Okay.
We could have the president of Valcor Energy provide that information if that's helpful.
That would be great, actually,
Okay,
and I can
good.
hold these questions till then. Thank you.
All right, so we'll invite him up now.
I assume I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Will you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And Mr. Bow, can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Stephen Bile, and I live at 5840 Mountain Ranch Drive in Park City, Utah.
And what is your position with respect to Valcor Energy?
I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Valcor Energy Services.
Very good. And what is the relationship between Valcor Energy and Heavy Sweet Oil?
Our parent company is 30% owner of Heavy Sweet Oil, so it's an affiliate.
Very good. And what is the operating relationship between Heavy Sweet Oil and Valcor Energy?
That Valcor Energy is a contractor to it and will be carrying out the operations
Very
for
good.
them.
And what is the relationship between Valcor Energy and AC Oil LLC?
AC Oil is a subsidiary of Tomco Energy, a public company out of the United Kingdom, and we are likewise we are a 25% owner in that company.
Very good. And are you also, is Valcor also operating as the operator of the AC Oil well?
That is correct. The same arrangement is in place.
Very good. All right, that's my direct exam. Do you have further questions, Liz?
Sorry, getting a little education there. So when you say there's common ownership, it isn't identical common ownership. It's not completely owned, not a completely owned subsidiary. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's the case with AC Oil and Heavy Sweet?
Correct. Same, both.
Okay, is there some sort of agreement on how the operation is going to take place between those two companies? Who's going to get the proceeds and income from this and costs?
The proceeds and income are done company by company, so there is nothing between Heavy Sweet Oil and AC Oil. No.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions about that? I'm really sorry to belabor this point and have you walk me through it again. We need to diagram this clearly. So can you clarify for me, who is the parent corporation?
The parent corporation of Valcor is one called Highlands Development Group, LLC, which is a Utah corporation.
Okay, so Highlands Development, and Valcor is under that.
Is a 100% owned subsidiary of Highlands, correct? And then Highlands is a 30% owner of Heavy Sweet Oil and a 25% owner of Tomco Energy, the parent of AC Oil.
And is AC Oil 100% owned by Tomco?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, and just to make sure I understood your testimony, you don't have any operations agreements between Heavy and Sweet and AC Oil. It's all being handled above them?
That is correct. They are independent of each other, and the only common thing is our participation with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Great. Any questions from the board?
Board members, you have any questions for this particular witness?
I have a couple questions for Mr. McDonald, if that's
Okay.
okay at this time.
But not for this witness?
Not for this witness, no.
So I think the division, did you want to ask any further questions of the previous witness?
No, we have no questions for that witness.
Okay. So we'll go back.
So this is the cross-examination of Mr. Brian McGregor, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yep. This is a question for Mr. McGregor.
Okay, yeah, Mr. McGregor, you talked about the frac pressure being 500 to 1,000. What depth are you going to be at, and have you derived a frac gradient based upon that?
That's actually based on what the normal gradient, overburden gradient would be, but that's estimated. So that's why we're going to do the
That's why you're going to do FIT?
The actual FIT. And it's, on the first well, it's going to be about 1,050 feet.
Okay, all right. And what's your water supply for your steam, and what's your energy? What energy are you using for your steam generators?
We're going to have portable boilers that will, and there'll be skid mounted. So,
Skids, okay.
So we'll move it from location to location. We have 4 wells planned, and we'll steam 1 well and then move it as we do. Right now, they're in negotiations for water, or it's been confirmed that we'll be getting water from Hoodoo Resources.
It's Hoodoo Energy, I believe.
Hoodoo Energy.
Okay.
And the power source will be propane.
Okay, propane will be the power source.
Propane, okay. And what's the thickness of the reservoir that you're looking at here?
Oh, sorry.
What's
Yeah,
your 1,000?
there's 2 zones that we're looking at, but it's, Doug can talk more about it, but it's about 50 feet in the rim rock, and then about 100.
It's more than that, 100, 150.
150 in the rim rock, and then
Another 100 in the Asphalt Ridge.
Yeah, Asphalt Ridge. So there's 2 zones, and they're separated. But it'll be on Doug's map.
I'll show some logs of the wells in the next section, so you can visualize it.
I'm probably ahead of it then. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moon?
So you inject for 3 to 4 weeks and then soak for 3 to 4 weeks. Then how long can you produce based on that cycle?
It's really going to depend on the cooling of the wellbore, because once it gets too thick, we will no longer be able to pump it. But we're estimating 4 to 5 months.
Oh, wow.
So
Okay.
we're going to have to see. But
Mr. Borden?
Yes, and let me know if I'm asking this question too early in the process. What's the area of influence of the steam injection? Like, how far out do you expect to get a thermal signature that is sufficient to mobilize that hydrocarbon?
and that'll be covered in Doug's presentation.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Hearing none, we'll go on with your
Great.
presentation.
Very good. And Dr. Hamilton will be examined by my colleague, Jim Allen. Let's see. Exhibit D.
Dr. Hamilton, welcome.
Thank you.
Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Douglas Hamilton. I live at 3221 North Clagato Road in Golden Valley, Arizona.
All right. And what is your current position?
I'm a consulting geologist to Valcor.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about your educational background.
So, born and raised in Australia. I did all my university in the University of Sydney in Sydney. I have a bachelor's degree in science with honours and a doctor of philosophy, which was also in science, geology.
Okay. And your professional experience?
I've got over 40 years experience. I used to say my career was in decades, I did the first 10 years in Australia working for the New South Wales Department of Mineral Resources. It would be very similar to the Utah Resources Group here, in the coal geology branch. So I had some expertise in coal. I then went to the University of Texas at Austin, worked at the Bureau of Economic Geology for 10 years, and I was a reservoir geologist principally at the University of Texas, and my position there was research scientist. Having done 10 years at the university, I collected a lot of contacts in Latin America. The national oil companies of Venezuela and Mexico, for example, sent their best and brightest to get their degrees at the University of Texas, and so my mentoring of a lot of those young students led to contracts when they were back home in Venezuela and Mexico, calling for help with their positions of the expertise they did not have. So I had a very successful consulting career, mostly in Latin America, and that continued until I joined the Valcor and the group I'm with now. So that experience was principally in heavy oil. Toward the end of my time in Venezuela, I was special advisor to the president of CVP, which is the arm of PDVSA, National Oil Company of Venezuela, that runs the heavy oil belt, the Orinoco heavy oil belt. So I have substantial experience in heavy oil in particular.
Okay. And do you have experience with operation of thermal wells and the
From a geological standpoint, yes. From an engineering standpoint,
Thank you.
no.
Okay. We're going to ask the board to qualify this witness, but I wanted to give the division a chance to ask questions.
No objection to qualifying him.
Okay. Okay. So we would move the board to qualify this witness as an expert in geology.
Before we go on to that, Liz, you had something else you had a question about? It seemed like you got cut off.
No, oh, sorry. No, if I thought there was going to be some further testimony, so if they're done. Okay.
No, we're not done. We're just
okay.
qualifying.
So no, if on the qualification, no, we have no objection. Sorry to be confusing.
Oh, no problem. Board members, do you have any questions or concerns? Okay, we'll find that he is an expert witness in this matter.
Okay, thank you. Referring to the exhibit that's in front of us at the moment. Excuse me.
It's in exhibit.
Yes, we're in Exhibit D. Can you describe the significance of this exhibit, please?
Sure. So just to put some context around the operation and the project, we have the first 4 wells shown here on the map with the scale. Note the scale bar, 200 metres or 666 feet. The Heavy Sweet 1 well is on the far left, and you can see Tom Brown number 5 labelled there. The Heavy Sweet number 1 well is to be a twin of that. The Tom Brown 5 was an old borehole, I think is the best way to describe it, and drilled by the Tom Brown Company. That well had logs and a lot of core taken, so it provides us with a lot of geological information so that we can have some certainty where our first well, what kind of geology we should intersect. To satisfy spacing rules, I selected these wells so that they were not within the 60-acre standard spacing. We had to exceed that. So there's 2,893 feet between the Tom Brown 5 and the Tom Brown 6. Tom Brown 6 toward the centre of the graph there. We have the Heavy Sweet number 2 well is designed to be a twin of the Tom Brown 6. For the same reasons, there's a lot of drill core being taken in the borehole Tom Brown 6, and we also have logs from that well too, so we have very low uncertainty, very low risk drilling of the Heavy Sweets 1 and 2. The third well we plan in the Heavy Sweet is the Heavy Sweet number 8 well. That's 1,009 foot from Tom Brown number 6. We do not have direct geological control, but I've done a lot of geological mapping, and 1,000 feet from an existing well bore is not a great distance for this particular unit, because the rim rock and asphalt ridge are very extensive sands based on the regional analysis. The fourth well you see here and those 3 wells are in section 22 for reference. Over on the right-hand side, we see the ACD2 well. This was a well we just drilled in the D tract, so that's the AC Oil Company. So that well was not logged. We had difficulty with getting the tools down the hole, but we did capture quite a bit of core. So that well penetrated only the rimrock sandstone, and the next well to be drilled will twin that. So we've got basically 3 twins and a step out.
Dr. Hamilton, you mentioned that you had located these wells in accordance with 60-acre spacing. Did you perhaps mean 40?
I beg your pardon, yes, 40. So I wanted to exceed the 40-acre distances so that we weren't falling inside and non-compliant.
Moving to the next one, you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Would you just kind of walk us through that, please?
Okay, so this was a figure that was published by Marchant and Westhoff in 1985, and this is what we term a stratigraphic column from geological perspective. So at the top you have a surface alluvium, and at 5,900 feet was the start of the Duchesne River Formation. This is tertiary or Oligocene in age. Then just below 5,700 feet we have an unconformity. This is a regional unconformity that forms the cap rock of the Cretaceous section. The Cretaceous rocks here are the rimrock sandstone. This is one of the main heavy oil bearing sands. It's separated from the Asphalt Ridge sandstone, which is the second heavily bitumen saturated sandstone, separated by a unit here termed the Mesaverde Shale. It's also been called the Mancus Tongue. And then below the Asphalt Ridge, they don't label it on this particular diagram, but that's the Mancus Shale that everyone would be aware of who lives in Utah.
Okay. And is it your opinion that this is representative of the stratigraphy in the area of concern?
Yes, this is a good representation.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, can I interrupt for just a moment? Is this included in any of your exhibits?
Yes. It's in the revised exhibit package.
It'll be in the revised pack. This is
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's in the revised exhibit package at Exhibit D.
And would you just identify which are the target formations for this project?
Yeah. So the target formations are the rimrock sandstone and the Asphalt Ridge sandstone.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one and have you discuss that with us.
Right. So on the right-hand side, I have put together, this is what I term a schematic. So it's a summary of accumulated knowledge put into one picture. So you see the rimrock sandstone and the Asphalt Ridge sandstone highlighted in the yellow color. This is a schematic of what it would look like in a cross-section. So the sands dip down to the west and southwest and dip up toward the northeast. So the rimrock sandstone there is truncated by the tertiary unconformity that's labelled, you can see. And there's the Mancus Tongue that sits between the rimrock sandstone and Asphalt Ridge. Beneath the Asphalt Ridge sandstone is the Mancus Shale, and overlying the potentially productive section is the undifferentiated Duchesne River and Uinta formations, so they're the tertiary rocks. I've put a rough guide as to how big that picture would be. So this would be a section that's approximately 2,500 foot long or across, and at various positions that would be approximately 2,000 feet from the top surface down to the bottom surface of the Asphalt Ridge sandstone. So the rimrock and Asphalt Ridge sandstones are the principal heavy oil reservoirs, and they're sealed from below by the Mancus Shale and above by the tertiary unconformity. Now, what is contained in this rock is immobile, highly viscous heavy oil, and because of the viscosity of this crude, it is self-sealing in the lateral direction. So if we go east or west, then it's really a solid tar. So there's no interconnected aquifer system associated with the principal reservoirs. So this is all self-sealing, sealed above and below by particular rock varieties, and laterally it's the petroleum itself, the tar, that's the seal. That tar won't move unless it's heated substantially. Now, on the left-hand side of the diagram, I have the log from the Tom Brown 5 borehole. You can see the stratigraphy listed again, the Mesaverde Formation, that's the Rimrock Sandstone, the Muncus Tongue, and the Asphalt Ridge member, overlain by the unconformity there and the tertiary. And the gamma ray log is the one on the left. Both logs are in red. I've got the bulk density there as well. So when you see an excursion to the left in a gamma ray log, that's indicative of clean or no radioactivity, and that's classic for limestones and sandstones. In this instance, the excursions to the left are sandstones. So you can see the asphalt, the rimrock member is an amalgamation of what we term blocky log response. There's a few thin shales which would be discontinuous. The bulk density is another excursion to the left. That's indicating that the rocks are highly porous and highly permeable. Then there's the Mancus Tongue in the middle, and then the asphalt ridge member to the bottom. Again, you can see the sandstones, and I've highlighted those in yellow. Generally speaking, the average oil saturation in the sandstones is about 69% within the rimrock and 68% within the asphalt ridge.
And by oil saturation, do you mean percentage by volume, percentage by weight?
Yes, it's percentage by weight. Okay. So those measurements are, the way they're achieved is in that borehole that Tom Brown drilled. They would drill sidewall cores with a small drill. You end up with a core about that long with a circumference like that, and then they put it in the laboratory, seal it up, usually run a solvent through it to calculate the amount of hydrocarbons that come out of it, and that the answer there is 69%, and the other 31% is the interstitial water, what you would term the connate water.
Okay, let's move on to the next one then. I'll just have you speak to it.
Okay, so this was a more or less a cross section, if you like. So we're going from west to east. So the Tom Brown 5 borehole, the Tom Brown 6 borehole. Our heavy sweets 1 and 2 are to be a twin of these wells, so we can use the existing logs to predict the depth. So there'll be questions of how deep are we drilling these wells. So the Tom Brown 5 provides us data on the heavy sweet number 1 well. We should intersect the tertiary unconformity at 1,050 feet in the heavy sweet 1 well, and then we should get down to 1,213 feet should be the rimrock sandstone, then the Mancus shale, the Mancus tongue. The asphalt ridge sandstone should start at 1,285 foot depth and continue down to the 1,405 feet in depth, where we'll intersect the Mancus shale. Moving into the centre of the area, the heavy sweet number 2 well is a twin of Tom Brown 6. That's projected to reach the tertiary unconformity at 704 feet, and then the rimrock sandstone will be intersected down to 901 feet. The Mancus tongue here is a little bit thicker. We won't reach the asphalt ridge till 1,022 feet, and then the asphalt ridge should end at 1,172. Then we'll go into the Mancus shale. Now the next well in the cross section is the heavy sweet number 8. This is prognosed depths. We don't have a log or a twin well, but we do have good mapping that indicates that the tertiary unconformity be at 1,048 feet down the hole. The rimrock sandstone should extend to about 1,200 feet, the Mancus tongue down to 1,348 feet, and then the asphalt ridge should go to 14, my eyes are now getting fuzzy, 1,498 feet. And then the last one over there at ACD2, we drilled this well, but there's no log, but we did have a lot of core. So we hit the tertiary unconformity at 721 feet. That was the top of the rimrock sandstone. The rimrock went down to 870 feet, and the total depth of the well was at 902.
And what do you expect below 902? Do you have any reason to expect it to be different from the other wells?
No, it should be the Mancus tongue. It seems to be thickening in that direction, so one would expect if you drill deeper, imagine a similar thickness or slightly more in the Mancus tongue than the asphalt ridge to follow. So we'd be looking at another 150 feet below 870. We should see the asphalt ridge.
So do you believe that the target formations are continuous across all 4 wells?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Let's move right ahead then. Tell us what this is about.
What we're looking at. So the question was that I received was how can we define or know that this is heavy and sweet crude? So what I've taken is some published data. This appeared in Steve Shammel's open file report with the Utah Geological Survey in 2009, and in that report he was showing some research, a PhD dissertation by Dr. Ye back in 1997, and so these are the chemical and physical properties of the Asphalt Ridge heavy oil, and this is a pretty standard analysis that you would do for crude oils. So the gravity of the crude is 11.4 API. So heavy crude is defined by the American Petroleum Institute of crude with a gravity that's greater than 10 degrees but less than or equal to 22.3 degrees. So at 11.4 we fit in the official definition of a heavy crude. The reason that they call this sweet, it has very low sulfur content. So sweet crude is defined, again by the API, as crude containing less than 0.5% sulfur. So this crude comes in at 0.42, so it's a sweet crude, hence the terminology heavy sweet crude.
You speak a little bit to the pour point and viscosity data.
Yes, so I'm going to show you more definitive data on the viscosity given a broader range in the next slide. I think is the next one, but basically this is a very viscous crude. So at 139, and viscosity is strongly temperature dependent. So viscosity at 139.7 degrees Fahrenheit, this is 37,590 centipoise. As we add a little bit of heat, we can bring that down. If I just go to the bottom, 175.7 degrees Fahrenheit, we're dealing with 5,580 degrees centipoise. So if you're looking at reservoir temperature, say before we put any heat into it, it's probably 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So this stuff will be well over, probably approaching well over 100,000 to 200,000 centipoise. It'd be a projection. So this stuff is very viscous until you put heat to it.
Moving to the next slide.
Yeah, so this is the viscosity characteristics of the Asphalt Ridge crude. And this is why thermal recovery methods are necessary to actually produce this crude. The diagram I'm showing there, on the x-axis we have the temperature going from 100 degrees Fahrenheit up to 220 degrees, and on the y-axis we have viscosity in centipoise. And that is a logarithmic scale, which we'll explain in a moment. So this is published data. It was, and several of the crudes in the Utah area are there, plus the Midway Sunset crude from California for a comparison. So it's published data. And if I point first of all to the Midway Sunset crude, so that's the blue line. So at 100 degrees Fahrenheit, that crude is just shy of 2,000 centipoise. At 200 degrees Fahrenheit, it's about 80 centipoise viscosity. So by applying heat at the Midway Sunset, crude at 80 centipoise will flow, and you can pump it without a problem. The Asphalt Ridge crude I've shown there with a red arrow, it is much more viscous at all temperatures. So if we look at 110 degrees Fahrenheit, for example, the data point shows that crude is 200,000 centipoise. And of course, the viscosity decreases as we go higher in temperature, and at 180 degrees Fahrenheit at the other end of that line graph, we see that the crude is still to about 3,000 centipoise. So it's absolutely essential that we apply thermal recovery methods to produce this crude. Now, a question came about the sealing potential of, so these rocks are encased, right? Is there going to be any movement outside the formations? So the question came is, what is the permeability of the cap rock and the rocks beneath? I start with one point that very rarely do petroleum, well, these days we do shale production. So measuring permeability in shale is now commonplace, but in conventional oil and heavy oil, it's very rare to actually sample the shales. So in this particular graph, this is core taken from the Tom Brown drilling program, and the data there, 40 to 87 core samples from each of the reservoirs. The Eocene section, that's your tertiary above the unconformity, they did not take any permeability measurements, so we've got not applicable there. But if we look at the rim rock, you can see permeability numbers like 534, 515. The average of about 80 cores in that particular unit was about 524 millidarcy, so half a darcy. In the Asphalt Ridge, the permeability was a little bit higher at 610. So these are very porous reservoirs, so the actual reservoir units are highly porous. The Eocene, they didn't bother to measure because it would be difficult to actually measure how low that was. But let me show you on the next slide where Zhang and Sheng actually took some samples of the Mancus Shale. So this is showing the permeability of the Mancus Shale. This is quite a complex diagram, so I'll walk through it gently. First of all, the permeability here is shown in microdarcies. And so if you look, 1 darcy is 1 million microdarcies, or 1 millidarcy is 1,000 microdarcies. So they've done a relative permeability test to nitrogen, so they've injected nitrogen into the core, and they've come back with 0.06 millidarcies, or 60 microdarcies. So 0.06 millidarcies, compare that to the permeability of the sandstones, which were half a darcy. The core sample in the middle actually got 7 millidarcies permeability to nitrogen, and then the third sample was 3.7 millidarcies of relative permeability to nitrogen. Now, nitrogen's a light gas, so your permeability measurements relative to that are way higher than, say, if we introduce a liquid. So what we have here now is, on the right-hand side, is 8% potassium chloride. And the viscosity of the first sample relative to, permeability relative to potassium chloride at 8% concentration was 0.00096 millidarcies. The central core was 0.072 millidarcies, and the third sample was, we've got some overprint there, it's 0.71 millidarcies. So now that's relative to a very low viscosity liquid. Now, there's one more thing to consider here is the confining pressure. They use that term CP, that's the confining pressure. So the permeability of the Mancus Shale is greatly reduced when the confining pressure is reduced. For example, 2.5 megapascals is a confining pressure of 362 pounds per square inch. The depths that we'll be drilling down to, in the previous correlation slide I showed, we're dealing with depths of more or less 1,000 feet down to 1,500 feet. So the pressures we'll be looking at there, the standard normal pressure is from 0.43 to 0.46 psi per square foot. So at 1,000 feet, if it's 0.43, we're talking about 430 pounds. So the confining pressures here are going to be, let's say 500 to, as Brian mentioned, up to, say, 1,000 psi. So the confining pressures are quite low. The permeabilities will be very low for the Mancus Shale at these depths. And also consider the relative permeability, because we're comparing it to nitrogen gas versus a viscosity of a crude that's 100 or 200,000 centipoise. So the conclusion is that the Mancus Shale is impermeable.
Let's move to Exhibit E if we can.
Just to be clear, I want to make sure that all the previous slides were included in the updated or revised Exhibit D, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, what do we have here?
Okay, so this is some repetition just to satisfy the different categories of
We can
of
move
compliance.
quickly if you'd like to.
Sorry?
We can move quickly if you.
Okay, yeah. So this is just a repeat of the Tom Brown borehole, which will be the twin where we drill a heavy sweet. It's the same information I'm showing, the gamma ray log, bulk density log that we showed in the cross-section, with some information on the average oil saturation and the average porosities of the main reservoir.
Okay.
And this is, again, another repeat from the Tom Brown 6 borehole, which will be the twin for the heavy sweet too. The only thing different here is we're showing all of the core data that was collected from this particular well. The same was true of the Tom Brown 5, but we're just emphasising there is a lot of geological information here. So we do understand the reservoir rock very well, and we do understand the oil saturations very well.
All right. And these exhibits that we have discussed, including D1 and E, are they presented to address the requirements of 649-5-1, Part 2.4, Part 2.5, both regarding the properties of a pool, and 2.6 requiring a stratigraphic log? Is that the intent of these exhibits?
That's the intent of these.
Thank you.
These exhibits, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and that's the conclusion of our direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Division, questions for this witness?
With the board's permission, I would like to request that division's staff be able to ask questions directly of these witnesses.
Certainly, no objection to that, I assume.
Ammon McDonald with the division. Just some clarification questions. Could we go back to your aerial photograph of the Tom Brown 5 and the ACD2 slide, please? So on this slide, you had your test holes, the Tom Brown, the 5 and 6, and the ACD2. How do you have any records on how those wells were plugged and abandoned?
Tom Brown 5 and 6, no. The ACD2 well, I think is. Did we cement that? I think it may be open. Yeah, it's open. Yeah, we only drilled that several months ago.
Do you plan on plugging that well?
Do we know what was the design there for the? Yeah. I mean, we plan to twin it for. We'll plug this way, yeah.
We had drilled that one under the mineral program and had requested that the mineral program allow the hole to remain open until it was determined what we were going to do with it, whether we were going to try and complete it or to deepen it. At this point, no final decision was made.
Do you plan to plug it before you start injecting steam after you've drilled the other wells?
If it's not completed as or deepened, then yes, we would be plugging and abandoning that hole with the required plugging materials and structure.
And if you were able to find records for the Tom Brown 5, the Tom Brown 6, or any of these shell test core holes, would you be able to provide that to the division as necessary?
We have not yet been able to find any of the completion information on those holes. All we found was published data associated with the logs of the holes.
Okay. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Lost my cursor.
So just a clarification on the footages on this general strat column, they are elevations and not depths, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there is no Uinta formation on this strat column. On your slide in the area, you're talking that you have Duchesne River and Uinta formation. Do you have Uinta formation in your project area?
Yes, we do. Okay. But the thing is, the previous geological records they refer frequently to the term we use in stratigraphy, undifferentiated, when, usually these rocks are devoid of fossils to do accurate dating and the like. So some geologists just clump them together, call it undifferentiated tertiary. The Oligocene, the Uinta Formation, when present in the outcrop, there's some differences that the geologists have mapped in the past. So the actual geology is the unconformity, then the Uinta is deposited, then there's another unconformity, then the Duchesne is overlaying that, and it's difficult to pick them in old logs to figure out where the boundary is and which one you're actually looking at.
Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? So are you saying, you're testifying to the fact that your unconformity is your confining interval at the top of the rim rock, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So would steam be able to pass across that unconformity from the rim rock into your tertiary sediments?
Our simulation says no.
How thick is that unconformity?
It's more a surface than a thick unit, because an unconformity by definition is a surface.
So next slide, please. So, sorry, the one that had the porosity data. One more, another one, right there. So the rim rock has a porosity of 22. If you only have a surface as the unconformity and your Eocene sediments have a porosity of 20, what is to prevent the steam from migrating? Is it your permeability?
Well, it's permeability in part. Can we go backwards to the stratigraphy slides where the logs are, the Tom Brown 5 and 6? Now I need to be able to. No, go forward now. There we go. You can stop there, but I'm going to have to come over and point. Oops. I'll just use your cursor. You got a cursor on this?
I do. Well,
okay. So there we go. So can we see it up there? Okay, so this is the unconformity shown here. Now this is the bulk density, and you can see this log response. Can you see the red log response? Okay.
We're not seeing it.
It's not seeing. Maybe I can walk around to the front.
Here you go. Try this. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so if we see the log response on the bulk density, and you see follow the red trace goes all over this way. So this log response in the bulk density shows a major increase in the density. I don't have the scales on this, but that's an incredibly dense rock at the unconformity. So this will be some, because it's such an old feature, could be full of iron banding or some similar chemical deposits. But having worked reservoirs all over the world, we see these surfaces of very effective barriers to vertical migration of everything or anything, which is why we're seeing the accumulation of the tars in the rim rock sandstone.
So you've identified the unconformity at the top of the formation. What is the rock just above the unconformity?
Well, the rock can be a very tight sandstone or siltstone, and sometimes conglomerate, but also tight.
I'm sorry, I jumped on them. Back to you, Mr.
Oh, so basically your testimony is that the unconformity would prevent steam migration from the rim rock into upper overlying sediments?
Yes.
Okay. One other question on this slide. Your oil saturation is around, the mid 60s to upper 60s. What is your water saturation?
Well, that'll be 1 minus.
Okay, so there's roughly about 30% water in your reservoir rocks?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I had.
Okay, that's all we have for this witness. Then, Mr. Chairman, we have a representative here from Sitla who would like to speak to this matter briefly, but he has to leave at 2:10. So if we could interrupt this program for just a moment and to hear from Mike Johnson from SITLA with your
Mike?
permission.
Sure, Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, oops, there we go, the mic's on. Thanks for letting me jump in here. I do have another appointment to run to. Mike Johnson with the Utah School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration, or SITLA. We have the ownership in Section 22 in this matter, and Valcor is our tar sands lessee. I just wanted to give a brief statement of SITLA's support for the petition. We're very excited to see what comes from this project. I will note quickly that we have, in addition to Valcor as our tar sands lessee, we have an oil and gas lease issued as well on these same lands. That's Hoodoo. You've heard reference to that company. They hold a lease from us for oil and gas not associated with tar sands, so separate from this. My understanding, and Valcor can speak more directly to this if necessary, is that our lessees have spoken, and they're both in support. Obviously, Valcor is, but Hoodoo as well, in support of the petition. So, yeah, just wanted to give that brief statement of SITLA's support.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you. And if I could, I'll just join Director Baza in thanking you, Chairman Hanson, for your long service on this board. I really enjoyed working with you when I represented the board, and the board's just been very lucky to have you.
Thank you, and appreciate your effort for the board in the past.
Thanks.
So we can go ahead and,
all right.
Since the division has asked our questions of this witness, the board members have questions of this witness? Well, we'll start on my right. Mr. Borden?
Yes, I've got a couple of questions, actually. Could you just talk to us a little bit about the genesis of this sort of deposit? And, you know, I believe it was stated earlier that this is, you know, a resource of global significance of this type of deposit. How does it form? You know, what's the nature of the host rocks? Is there something special about them, or is it more the overall thermal regime? Whatever light you can shed.
So let me clarify the question. You're talking about heavy oils internationally, like Venezuela, Canada, California, Utah?
Yes, assuming this is a similar genesis.
Yeah, there is certain similarities to these things. Well, they come from the source rock. What kerogens is an important precursor, and then the thermal history is also important. But the vertical migration is important, and then what happens to the crude once it reaches surface. So light oils and gases will just vent to the atmosphere typically. The heavier crudes, they interact with the groundwater, geologically speaking, and the groundwater degrades them. All of the volatile matter, so the light end hydrocarbons are driven off, leak off, washed off, and you end up accumulating the heavier end. So these are the very long chain hydrocarbons, the very complex ring structures, and the introduction of what we call heteroatoms. That's oxygen can join it. What are the other ones? Well, that's enough. So you oxidize these things, you drive off the volatile matter, and they just lose. They agglomerate together, form very long hydrocarbon chains. The degradation at surface is important. So these are degraded crudes, basically. In Venezuela, they actually form the seal for the lighter crudes in the eastern Venezuela basin, for example. The same is true in Canada, where they mine them. If you go into deeper pools in Canada, the crude gets lighter and lighter, and goes through 15 API, and then it's standard light crudes that can be as light as 40. So it's a combination of migrating to surface, water washing from groundwater. The loss of volatile matter is key. So that's the main chemical changes that occur.
Thank you. Another question, The tertiary sequence that's over the unconformity, looks like an angular unconformity. Are there any aquifers near surface there, or any drinking water wells, any clean water resources that we should be concerned about in the vicinity of the project?
Yeah, well, the simple answer is no. Tom, our hydrologist, will discuss that in much more detail. But the simple answer is no, and we just drilled 3 wells in the D-tract area, and there was no water at all. Sorry? 3 boreholes.
Is there any thought in putting in observational wells or boreholes ultimately to see how the system's behaving, or are you going to really just observe and monitor what's happening at each huff and puff well?
Yeah, at each well. That's all that will be necessary. I mean, there's no water wells in. Well, Tom's going to talk about the water wells. They're in a completely different geologic unit formation. They're in tertiary alluvium that has been cut into what is effectively the Manka Shale. So those strata to the northeast of our area is geologically unrelated.
And a last question with the steam injection, you're raising the temperature enough that the viscosity decreases of this, and you create basically a fluid that can flow towards the well. If it were to migrate upward through the cap rock, if you will, I assume it would cool off and then it would recongeal and stop flowing, at least the heavy components. Are there any lighter components that might be mobilized successfully, if, say, in a worst case scenario?
Well, there's no light. This is all heavy. There's no solution gas in it. It's what we term a dead oil. So there's nothing to drive off in that regard. I might make a point that could be helpful for you to visualize. They've been steaming the wells in California since the 1950s, and the Midway Sunset is one of the most famous reservoirs for thermal stimulation methods in the world. The drainage area around a typical thermal well in the Midway Sunset is 10 to 20 metres, sometimes 30 metres after multiple cycles of steam injection. In these heavy crudes, the heat just doesn't go very far, and it's on the order of tens of metres, no more.
Thanks. That was actually very helpful to visualize the extent of the thermal impact. That's all my questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Mr. Church?
So you've given us the graph that compares the parameters and the viscosity of this crude and these reservoirs between Midway Sunset and here. But at Asphalt Ridge, we're looking at significantly lower viscosity. Are there any comparables to any other reservoirs that you've dealt with heat treatment wise that would suggest that this is going to be successful, or is this just a purely wishful kind of approach?
Well, we've done significant simulation. We've undertaken simulation studies, which I imagine we'll be presenting at later hearings. So wishful's a bit uncertain. No, I think.
Excuse the term.
Yeah. No, but I do agree with you that these are much more viscous than well, at least Midway Sunset. That's absolutely true. The simulation indicates, on the thermal degradation curve that we can get, if we get it hot enough. I mean, we're looking here, it's down at 3,000 centipoise at 180 degrees. We're going up to near 600 degrees. So if you project down that graph relationship, you'll get to flowable temperatures well before 600. So I don't think it's wishful thinking. I know you didn't mean to use that word exactly, but it's not that pessimistic. The simulations indicate that we should get some pretty significant flow rates out of applying this heat.
Okay, and you've mentioned a Midway Sunset has a very small radius of effect.
Yes.
Is that all
a huff and puff relationship
Yes,
there?
yeah.
So there's nowhere where in these type of crudes that you can see a continuous steam flood from one well to another, an injector and then a producer. I guess the costs on that would be prohibitive.
We actually, we've simulated a number of scenarios, and one scenario says that after 3 years we change the pattern to steam flood, and you can even, well, depending on how this goes, but you can even water flood in these instances. It depends on mobility of the crude to water, but one of our simulations showed that we would change to a regular steam flood pattern after about 3 years. But we're also going to change the stimulation fluids. We'll put some carbon dioxide in here. One of our hopes down the line is to sequester some carbon dioxide and make this a green project as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Walker?
Sure. Yeah, I've got several questions. In California, one of the big problems they have is subsidence. Have you, in your simulations, have you looked at the possibility or likelihood of subsidence out here?
These are a very consolidated rock. The California rocks they're soft sand.
Mm-hmm.
These are strongly lithified. Have you seen the cores in just around the corner here?
Yeah.
I mean, you belt them with a hammer and chisel, and it's hard to break them. I know when the Brian has testified that once we remove the hydrocarbons from the sands, it's possible that they could migrate. So we're going to use sand control in our well bores. But I personally believe that the sand control is more to anticipate just in case we have sanding issues. I think this is a highly competent rock. So it's got a silica matrix too. So the grains are grain to grain with a silica cement. And that provides considerable competency for the rock. So I don't believe there'll be a real issue or any issue with compaction.
Okay. Well, I'm concerned with the high saturation, oil saturation, high porosity that that probably ought to be looked at. So I would hope you do some simulations on that.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And also, on your casing program, I think it would be prudent to make sure that casing is sufficient to deal with any kind of subsidence that may occur there, particularly at 600 degrees. May have some issues there. Okay. Do you have any estimates yet on your recovery per well?
We think we can get above 50%. Our simulation puts us above that, and we're going to down the line. We'll probably inject flue gas.
Okay, but I mean like in barrels of oil per well.
Oh, per well. Our economic cutoff is 20 barrels per day. So we think we're commercial at 20 barrels a day. We got up to. Is Steve still here? No, Steve's gone. Steve has all those projections, but I think I know we had over 100 barrels of oil a day in some of the initial production.
Actually,
more than that.
But we're conservatively cutting it down.
Right. Did you catch
But
that?
your simulations are telling you that these 4 wells are economic?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other question, board member?
Yeah, I did have one other thing. Typically on injection wells, you'd do a thorough area review to look at the other wells and stuff. Can you even find Tom Brown 5 and 6? Can you find the wellheads? They're disappeared over time?
They're not really wells. They're just boreholes.
Okay.
That's why I keep on prompting and saying, it's not a well, it's a borehole.
It's a borehole, okay. And do you know if they probably didn't cement those?
We have no information regarding those wells. They were drilled back in the 1970s, and your guess is as good as mine.
Well, you called them wells. They're boreholes.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. I think we are done with this witness.
We are done with this witness.
We've roasted him long enough. We can move on.
Yes. We would call Tom Sikowski. And we'll start with Exhibit H. I wish I could actually see this.
You're going to qualify him as a witness?
We'll do that.
He's not a very trustworthy person, so you better qualify him.
I know.
Tom and I have have known each other for many years.
Okay. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Thomas Sikowski. I'm a hydrologist. I live at 10981 South Kestrel Rise Road, South Jordan, Utah.
Okay. And do you have any particular knowledge of the members of this board?
I do.
Okay.
Some very well.
All right. And what's your current relationship with Valcor Energy?
I am a consultant to Valcor working for Stantec.
All right. Just briefly, can you summarize your education for us?
I have a BS degree in geology and a master's in watershed science. I have 40 plus years of experience working for regulatory bodies, one of which was the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. The other activities have been working for mining companies and consulting firms on hydrology, geologic, and environmental permitting.
And with respect to Valcor and this project, what are your responsibilities?
My responsibilities have been to assist in the permitting actions for both mineral and oil and gas permitting, and to assist with the evaluation of the hydrology.
Okay, thank you. With that, we would request that Mr. Sikowski be recognized as an expert in geology and hydrology for the purpose of this proceeding.
Division?
No objections.
Board members? Reluctantly, we will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, he is recognized as an expert witness in this matter.
Okay. All right. Do you, we'll start with this map. Do you recognize this map? We're in Exhibit H.
Yes, I do.
Was it prepared by you?
Yes.
Okay. Before we dive into it, can you just explain the significance of the colors?
Just for everybody's understanding, the yellow shaded background is federal land, the blue shaded background is state land, and the unshaded or kind of rosy color, if you will, is fee ground.
All right. And yeah, what do these yellow circles indicate?
Okay, the yellow circles represent buffer zones of 1/2 mile from the proposed drilling locations for the 3 heavy sweet sites and the AC oil site.
And I see a black square there. Indicate.
Okay, there's a black outline.
Yeah.
Around section 22, which is the state mineral lease for Valcor Energy.
All right. Let's move to the next slide.
This is essentially the same base. It does show this is related to the AC oil, the area of interest here, showing the fee ground that they are on and the proposed hole location there.
Okay. And the green squares?
The green squares represent the nearby water wells. We did a search of the water rights data and located all of the wells that existed in the area. There are no water wells that are located in Township 4 East or 4 South 20 East. Everything is west or east of that in the next township over. And so the nearest well that has water in it is approximately 1.5 miles away.
Away from,
The AC oil location.
and the distance then from the HS wells would be?
It would be closer to 2.5 miles.
All right. And what can you tell us about any possible communication between these water wells you've identified and the area where the applicants propose to drill?
Okay, well, if we go to the, I think it's the next slide in the, nope, not that one. Okay, go back.
It's the last one. It's as good as
There
it
we go.
gets.
Okay, sorry. Basically, what we did when we looked at the water wells was to see what the depth of each of the wells were and which ones that had been drilled were actually dry and didn't encounter any water. And I've put the water rights numbers on there, and there are 3 wells, 456098, 456464, and the 645-003M00 wells. And those wells, there's a cluster of 4 of them. They're monitoring or observation wells that were drilled. And then the 45698 well are the 2 green dots closest to the state land. Those wells were drilled at depths of 200, 325, and 100 feet, and they all came up dry. They, according to the well logs, they encountered both the tar sand deposit in the subsurface and then drilled down beneath the bottom of it and encountered the Mancos Shale underneath. And in none of the holes did they encounter water. They are reported as dry holes. All of the other wells that are farther to the east and to the north, the maximum depth was 80 feet in depth and ranged from 28 feet to 80 feet. Water levels were found between 10 feet and 42 feet below ground surface. And so what we're envisioning and understanding from that is that as we described in the geologic cross-section, the topography or the geologic structure slopes or dips to the west, north, or southwest, depending on exactly where you are. It kind of wraps around a point up there. But as it dips in that direction, the depth of the asphalt ridge and the rim rock are getting deeper as you go to the west. Topography is increasing as you go that direction, which is why we have 1,500 feet to get down to the asphalt ridge in several of our test holes here. What happens is as you come off of asphalt ridge, the topography drops off and you drop into what's called coal mine basin, which is this flatter area off to the east. That area has been eroded. That's why there's no asphalt ridge formation there. The drainage washed or eroded that material away. And so what you have is an alluvial fill that has filled in that depression. And that's where they have completed those wells and it's collecting the water that's flowing in that alluvial fill as it comes down through the area. So those wells are just shallow alluvial systems, and they are not connected with anything that is deeper. One, it's sealed underneath, as we've talked about with the Mancos Shale, and two, there is no recharge to the area for that Eocene formation on top. Due to the topography, it divides and sheds the water to Coal Mine Basin on one side and then off to the west. And so we're not getting any vertical permeability or significant vertical permeability to build an aquifer on top of that zone. Secondarily, as the dip is to the west, north, or southwest, if there's any water, it's going to follow that dip and go to the west. It's not going to go vertically downward into the Asphalt Ridge Formation or the rim rock.
Okay, just so we get this in the record with respect to the rule at 649-5-5, is there any underground source of drinking water within the area of the proposed wells?
No, there is not.
Okay.
If I may, one of the questions that was raised earlier was, is there water in the Asphalt Ridge or the rim rock in the tar sand deposits? And yes, there is water there. As we've described, it is held within the oil-filled interstitial spaces of the rock itself. So the best way to describe it is if you were to compare, for example, the Midway type crudes or oils, you would have a honey. If you were to look at some of the Sunnyside oils, you would have a very, very thick molasses. What we have here is almost a roof tar. It is not able to move by itself. Now, if you put it out in the sun and leave it there for long enough, you'll get a little bead of oil that'll build on the surface, and it'll start to run. That's the kind of situation we have. And when you take that material and blend it with sand, you effectively make a cement. And that's the kind of rock that we're talking about that we have in the subsurface because it's cold. The average temperature of the rock at depth is going to be somewhere between 40 and 60 degrees. It's not going to move. And it's not going to allow any moisture to move or be released from that. Now, when we melt or heat the tar sand and melt that tar or oil, raise the viscosity of it, we're going to break the bonds between the oil and the interstitial sand. Well, the water that's in there will also be released. And so at that point, we will produce water when we melt the or release the oil. And that will then be pumped to the surface. That water will be reprocessed and then re-injected. So we will minimize the amount of water use that we will have long term.
All right. Moving to a slightly different subject, just referring to the seventh item on our checklist at 649-5-1. What type of fluid is going to be used for injection in this project?
In this case, it's going to be steam.
Steam.
Initially, it'll be steam. There may be some additional injectates, such as carbon dioxide gas or flue gas, that may be used down the road in the future. That is still to be determined. But the initial approach for the huff and puff operation will be steam. It's estimated to be about 600-degree injection temperature. And that, as you are aware, you're taking water and boiling it, which leaves all the minerals behind and just takes the H2O, puts it as a vapor, and we're injecting that in the ground. So it's essentially distilled water.
Okay. How much water would a well use each day?
It's estimated that we're looking at about 700 barrels of water a day.
Okay, and what's the source of that water?
Right now, the initial, well, let's look at two things. One, there will be an initial water need during the drilling of the wells, and that will come from a municipal source or from Hoodoo Energy. Once we are under operation, as I understand, Valcor is in process of working out an arrangement with Hoodoo to provide them with the remaining required water.
Just regarding the permitting of the project as it currently stands, have APDs been submitted?
APDs have been submitted for the 4 proposed drilling locations, as well as a draft UIC application.
Okay, and you've sought UIC approval for the same wells?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the status of the UIC application?
It's in draft form. We have received some preliminary comments back from the division asking for additional information, some of which we cannot generate until we actually drill the wells. So that's why we're in process and working towards getting the APDs and then division, board approval and division approval to be able to actually go out and drill the wells.
Okay. We'll make the witness available for cross-examination.
Division, do you have questions of this witness?
Dustin Doucette for the division, and I think I'm going to have to apologize here. I was under the understanding there was going to be some more testimony on the influence of the heat aerial extent. I think it came from the last witness in cross questioning from Mr. Borden, and I should have probably jumped in there. But here's the question. I think he had testified, Dr. Hamilton had testified that the influence would be tens of meters. Could you, based off of the modeling and simulations you've done, can you get a little more exact than that, what you expect the heat signature to influence in this reservoir?
Definitely.
Yep, that's you.
So what what I was referring to was the historic record in the Midway Sunset Field, which is heavily documented. There's books, conference proceedings and things. Generally speaking, the area of influence of any steam well, or the steam wells that they do, is 10 to 20 metres and sometimes 30 metres.
So based off your simulations in this area, you expect a similar result then?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe just one follow-up question. So is it your intent to site these wells on kind of 40-acre type pattern? Is that kind of correct, what you're...
Well, this initial hearing is to get approval for the first 4 wells. Subsequent development will require additional compliance and permissions from the department here.
So the area affected by each well, you don't anticipate greater than 30 meters from the wellbore?
No, probably 20.
And so wherever that heat, you're only going to affect the reservoir where that heat basically hits the formation, correct?
Correct.
And that's less than 30 meters?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ammon McDonald for the division. Are you familiar with Shell 19 core hole? It's about 1,300 feet to the southwest. It's on the west side of this diagram. It's in that cluster of the orange, purple, and blue.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a question for Mr. Sikorsky or Mr. McGregor?
Sikorsky, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it's right there on the west side of Section 22.
Are you aware of the fact that in 1965, when they drilled that well, it was plugged back to 410 feet and turned over to the BLM as a water source well?
That is not included in any record in the state of Utah.
I found it on the water rights website, so just wanted to know if anyone was aware of that.
That is a new one to us then, because I did a search and that's the only ones we came up with were the green squares from the same website.
That's all the questions I had.
Board members, questions for Mr. Sikorsky? Mr. Church, we'll start with you.
When these wells are drilled and you'll be going through the asphalt, will you be using mud pits or will it be tanks, or how will you handle the very viscous material when it comes out?
Yeah, we'll be using tanks. We don't
Okay.
have any surface pits planned.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from my left?
Yes. On the water, the produced water that comes out with the oil, as I understand your testimony, is that you're going to recondition that water and then use it for re-injection as steam injection? Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. Okay, I just want to clarify that. And I guess I'm really in favor of something like this happening out there. On the map, I don't see any buildings or anything like that. Is this like pretty remote? I can't remember having gone out there and seeing anything out there other than nothing. But yeah.
Okay,
What's out
it's a
there?
good description of it. Yes,
Yeah.
there is a small, on the AC oil lease area, there is a small building that is out there. It's back away from the highway by quite a bit. So if you're driving Highway 121, it is a very remote section. As you make the turn there, right where the labels for the water wells are, and drive in, that's the town of Mazer.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a small community there, but that's all that's out there.
Okay. All right. Okay, so there's no, essentially very limited human activity or nobody camping out there hunting or anything like that?
Let's say that the local kids use the area.
Okay. All right. Okay. And I guess someplace along the line here, I'd just like to have on the record, and Mr. Grew, you can tell us whoever says this, but I'd really like to have an expert testify that subsidence has been investigated and it's extremely unlikely to occur. And also I'd like to have an expert testify that this casing program that you've designed is appropriate for the STEAM application.
Right, and we'll have Brian McGregor testify regarding the
Casing.
the operation and the casing.
Yes, as far as the casing, it is designed for a thermal application for the expansion. And the most important part is actually the cement itself, that we have a ductile types of cement that will adhere and maintain its integrity with the casing.
Okay, thank you.
And Doug Hamilton will address the subsidence issue.
Yes, I will.
Okay, so do I understand your testimony is that that subsidence is extremely unlikely in this situation?
Yes, that is my testimony, but I will follow up and provide evidence for that, like formal evidence.
Okay, if I can add just a little bit, from a permitting standpoint, we're almost getting the cart before the horse here. We need to be able to get permission to drill the 4 wells first. Once we drill the wells, we can collect the data you're looking for. And then we come back in and finalize the UIC application, which lets us inject the steam. At which point, then, the division will get the information they need to be comfortable with what's being done, and we will have the opportunity to collect and provide that to both the division and the board. So we've got to be sure that we're getting things in the correct order.
Thank you. Board members, Mr. Borden.
Question for Mr. Zakowski. These 4 wells, I assume as a normal oil and gas well, they will be bonded, and the bonding will cover the costs of eventual, proper plugging and abandonment.
That is correct. We have to handle those under the state rules, and we will be bonding for all of that.
Is there anything different about these wells, given they're being designed for slightly different conditions and function than a normal oil and gas well that might change the bonding estimate or the actual closure cost?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, there's nothing on the drilling that's anything out of the ordinary that would change the way we abandon the wells.
Thank you.
Ms. Garrison, or should I say Vice Chairman-elect? I should have said that to Mr. Borden.
True,
Chair
we need that respect.
Yes.
Will your production be coming to the Salt Lake refineries? Are they equipped to process this heavy oil? And do you have to use heated trucks similar to what they use in the oil fields out there to get it from solidifying? Yeah. I guess you have a market is kind of a general question.
Okay. Yes, this is Stephen Bile again. Can you repeat the question?
Where will you take the crude to be processed once it leaves the wellbore?
As soon as it leaves the wellbore, there will be some treatment done to it. We'll first be separating water and any gases that come back, and then we will treat the oil to reduce the solids and the like in it to make it drinkable. And then we have several options as far as offtakes go. Right now, there's a pretty massive shortage of asphalt, so there's some open-ended ability to do offtakes into them. What we would need to do to make it amenable for asphalt is we would heat that oil to a certain temperature to make a cut between the diesel fraction and the bitumen, and so then there'd be 2 products. You'd have a diesel range organics, which is generally sellable as diesel, and then you would have a bitumen product, which you could sell for asphalt binder.
Is that done at the well site?
It can be done at the well site.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a complicated process. You're just warming it up. It's already coming out fairly hot. You would just heat it a little bit more.
So you don't need to involve refineries at all. You're going into the asphalt
that is correct.
sector and diesel.
In our early exploration, we spoke to the different refineries around and looked at the availability for coking capacity and the like. If we would just send it to one of the refineries, and it's limited in the Salt Lake area. And so then we looked at alternative offtakes, and we currently have 2 fairly significant opportunities. One is as for asphalt, which is in short supply. The other one is we are joining a trial with a container ship company that wants lower, carbon footprint oil. And there's a way you do it where you take an emulsion of the heaviest part of the oil, and you mix it with either water or a combination of water and bioglycerin, and it gives you something that looks like a gas oil, which they can use for ships. And because it hasn't been refined, there's no need for refining. It is just a mixing process. It has a reduced overall carbon footprint and is advantageous for them.
Thank you. That was very interesting and enlightening. Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions I wanted to ask Mr. Sikorsky. In the alluvial wells, did you mention the quality of the water?
In both, or in all of those cases, they're being used for domestic supply for the local homes.
Okay.
I have no information on the actual quality of that water, but we have to assume that it's acceptable.
Okay, actually, that answers my question. Thank you. Well, I assume you have no further witnesses on this?
We have no more witnesses. I have just 2 redirect questions with respect to Mr. Walker's question.
Go ahead.
Mr. McGregor, you testified that in designing the wells, you were screening them for sand.
That's correct.
Do I understand that to mean that you're designing the well in such a way to keep the sand from coming to the surface?
That's correct. You know, we will be installing sand screens, and that'll keep it down in formation.
Yeah, so as the sand is washed of the oil, the sand stays
and it'll
down in the hole.
If it, I mean, as Doug says, it's got to be liberated, but if it does, it'll stay down there and form its own. It would be gravel pack or sand.
Okay.
pack.
All right. And for Dr. Hamilton, do you have any sense of how the sandstone formations will shrink once you've taken the oil out of them? Will their volume reduce significantly?
Right. The critical issue is whether the sands are cemented or not, or partially cemented. In California, the sands are sand.
Right.
So there's not very much cementation that's occurred. If the sands are strongly silica cemented, which is my impression when I went to the core lab multiple times, requiring a hammer and chisel to actually get a little sample of the rock tells me that it's highly lithified. I've seen reports that there's silica cementation. If they're silica cemented, they won't compact because it's in a framework of something that's solid. And so simply removing the oil and interstitial water doesn't affect the mechanical integrity of the rock. But I need to confirm that, which is going to be my follow-up evidence, is to find evidence in the literature of people who've done petrographic studies to demonstrate that this rock is silica cemented. But as hard as it is, it's not simply being held together by the bitumen.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all we have. That concludes our witnesses, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and at this time, we would like to hear from the division.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen. A few things, and maybe first, just to follow up on Mr. Walker's question, to the extent that there was a representation that the petitioners will be coming back with data after those UIC permits are approved and reporting to the board, that's not the division's understanding of how the process will work. I believe there is some expectation that the petitioners will be returning to request approval for later phases of this project. But once if the enhanced recovery project is approved today, then the petitioners will have to go through the UIC permit application process, and that is going to be a very technical review. But if those permits are approved by the division administratively, as we will request that you order, at that point, there won't be any return to the board. So if there are questions on that issue, it needs to be addressed at this hearing, because there won't be a follow-up unless you request it, if you do some sort of temporary approval and request follow-up. But that being addressed, generally the division is very supportive of this project. It's very interesting and exciting to see the technology being used in new ways. And the petitioners have bent over backwards to work with us and have been very cooperative throughout the whole process. So I think we probably can get to where we need to be. A few legal, because that's probably what I'm better at, a few legal issues that we were looking at is the division probably to some degree led the petitioners astray a little bit as to the authority that they need to be operating under here. Based on the testimony today, it does not appear that there is going to be any overlap in production of the heavy sweet wells and the AC well. And if that's the case, it does not appear that there needs to be a unit. And so the board would have authority to approve this project under 40-6-5 subsection 3 and not under 40-6-7, which is what I believe was included in the materials based on the division telling them that's what it would be under. So if we could correct that. And then 40 Rule 649 -5-2, that's the UIC permit application rule, and it requires that this project be approved by the board today before they can actually submit those approvals. And that approval comes, like we've been talking about, is Rule 649-1-1. A few items from the division's perspective that we're concerned about, just to make sure that we're dotting all the i's and crossing all the t's in that board order. This is an enhanced recovery project, and technically under the definition of an enhanced recovery project, it requires the joint use of 2 wells at the same time. And in this case, we don't have that happening until later phases. And so the board would need to make an exception to that rule definition in its order to recognize that you're only going to be using singular wells for the project. The division would also request that the board issue its approval, if that's what happens today, subject to the condition that these 4 UIC permits have to go through the administrative approval process with the division. There's a lot of technical review that still needs to happen. And again, it's a question of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. And until we get this approval, we can't get a lot of the data we need to approve those. So we just request that that be a condition of the project approval. And also, because this is kind of a new animal, and typically when we're dealing with enhanced recovery, it is for secondary recovery, but this is primary recovery. The division would just like to note that we request that there be no certification for the severance tax and avoid all of those problems in the future. Have I missed anything? Oh yes, sorry, one last thing. In the request for agency action, the petitioners did identify 4 40-acre parcels, for lack of a better word, that they're kind of tentatively defining as the project area. The division would just ask that it be clear in the board order what the boundary of the project area is. It sounds like from the testimony today, the steam is not going to affect near that area, and so it probably wouldn't be an issue, but it does need to be identified just for the division's perspective. Is that it? And I think with that, we will turn it back to you.
Thank you. Board members, you have questions of the division? Mr. Church.
So we're looking at this as a matter of first impression. Do you feel that there will be proprietary information here that will not be accessible to the public when things are done here? Or is this something where we look at as a pilot project, or what's your thoughts on that?
From my perspective, whether or not it's proprietary information or not is really a call that is made by the petitioners when they are submitting that data under the Public Records Access Act, GRAMA. There are specific ways that you can designate information as confidential and proprietary so that the public wouldn't be able to access that. But the division still could review that data and look at it. And if someone from the public decided that they felt like they should have access to that data, then that's a separate process that goes up through the State Records Committee. From your perspective and from the division's perspective in reviewing the application, I think we have the ability to review any of the information that comes into us, and if it's designated confidential under the rules, we are directed to treat it that way until we are told otherwise. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Hearing no other questions for the division, I guess I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Gu, except normally earlier I would have gone through the exhibit list, but I'm a little confused by it all.
Right.
I want to make sure that I've got all the exhibits that were offered.
Exhibit.
If you could
Correct. And
go
I can
down
go
through
through
them.
those quickly for you. Chairman Hanson, see, we presented Exhibit B, and I guess we didn't present Exhibit B. No. We presented Exhibit C, and showing the description of the proposed operation, and that meets the requirements of R 649-5-1 2.3. Those PowerPoint slides were presented by Brian McGregor describing the proposed operation. Exhibit D included as in the revised package, includes the PowerPoint slides prepared by Doug Hamilton, and they support the description of the pools from which the identified wells are producing or have produced, and that's consistent with R 649-5 1.2 2.4. Exhibit D1 was a cross-section prepared by Doug Hamilton with the names, description, and depths of the pools or pools to be affected under R 649-5-1.2.5. Exhibit E was also prepared under the supervision of Doug Hamilton and included electric and lithologic logs representative of wells completed in the pool, and those were, I guess, not completely completed, but those were the Tom Brown 5 and 6 wells, and then the AC exploration well. So we felt that those met the requirements of R 649-5-1.2.6. We have under Exhibit F1, which is attached to the affidavit of John Andrews, which is Exhibit G. We have tables 2 and 2-3 and 2-4 listing all operators or owners and surface owners within a half-mile radius of the proposed wells. That satisfies R 649-5-1 2.8. Similarly, F2 includes a map showing the half-mile radius of the heavy sweet oil proposed locations. Map F3 shows a map of the AC proposed well locations, and those are all attached to the affidavit, which was proffered by John Andrews. That's Exhibit G. That satisfies the requirements of R 649-5-1 2.8. We have an affidavit from Denise Dragoo, and it certifies that the operators or owners and surface owners within a half-mile radius of heavy sweet oil and AC oil well locations were provided a copy of the petition for injection, and we actually had no objections. And that's consistent with R 649-5-1 2.9. Finally, we had testimony from Tom Sikowski with respect to Exhibit H1, and that H1 and 2, and those maps confirm the location of underground sources of drinking water as outside the area of interest, consistent with R 649-5-5. And I think that goes through our checklist and matches the exhibits to the checklist pretty well. So, Chairman Hansen, we would move for the admission of those exhibits.
Just making sure I got it all here. Okay, I think I have it, so they are admitted.
Great, thank you.
So, if you'd like, you can go ahead with your summations.
Okay, great. Well, I think we have shown that we've met the requirements of Utah Code 46.5C3, which is the requirements for enhanced recovery, and that this fits within the jurisdiction of the board under its new authority provided in Senate Bill 146. There was a revision of the definitions, which are currently at 40-6-1-1 or 1-2, involving the definitions of oil and redefining oil to include tar sands in liquid form, produced in liquid form through in situ production at the wellhead. And that definition, of course, cross-references the Utah Code 46.5C3 regarding the requirements for enhanced recovery. So we believe we've met those requirements. I just ticked through those with respect to the exhibits, and we also had testimony that supported that as well. And so we would move the board for an order pursuant to Utah Code 46.5C subparen 3, and also the Administrative Rule R 649-5-1 to improve enhanced oil recovery for the 4 Class II injection wells for in situ production of oil from sands within the rim rock and asphalt-rich deposits. And we, of course, condition that approval, or suggest that you condition the approval on approval of the Class II injection control wells per the Administrative Rule R 649-5-2. Those applications have already been submitted and are pending before the division, and we would further request that that the board authorize the division to approve those pending applications in the absence of written objection without further board review. Finally, because this is a pilot project and it only involves four initial wells, we would ask the board to waive the definition of enhanced recoveries, which currently provides for just for 2 wells, and in this case, just provide an exception allowing recovery from production and recovery from 1 well. And that's simply for the pilot phase 1. And with that, I think we've concluded, and we submit that to the board.
You addressed a couple of the requests that the division had. There were 2 that the division made note of, and that's the severance tax certification. Is that an issue for the company to?
No, that's not an issue. That's fine.
Okay. And then, of course, they asked that there be a clear boundary of the project area on the maps. I assume that's not a problem.
No problem. We can do that.
Was there anything else that you suggested that I missed?
No, I think you got it all. Thank you. And again, the division would just say again, it's supportive of this project. It's exciting stuff, and subject to those conditions that have been addressed, we recommend approval.
Okay, thank you for your summation. Well, board members, would you like to take a brief recess to discuss this and come back with a decision? I believe we're in agreement. We will recess, go off the record, and be back as soon as we can. Pause for technical, oh, here we are. Okay, we're working now. All right, we will go back on the record. First, as we've already discussed, this is a matter of first impressions for the board and for the division, and it's one of their, I'm sure, the first impressions for them. And before we make a motion on this, I'd just like to ask that once you've done the work and you're coming back for your next order, if you could give us a report on what you found. Obviously, you'll have collected data to make the next step, but the board would like to hear a report on that, if that's all right. We appreciate that. So I will entertain a motion on this matter.
I move we approve the request for agency action subject to the items that were articulated by the division staff.
Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, no opposition, the motion is passed. Denise, will you, Mr. Gu, will you prepare the order?
Happy to. Thank you, Chairman Hansen.
Thank you.
Thank you to the board, and congratulations on a great run.
It's over. In fact, my last order of business is I'll hear a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.